Okay, I've been live for all of about a minute and somebody just redeemed a 50,000 channel point reward for a viewer choice segment, and they've chosen Ash's Q&A. So what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna have to Discord me no more than 10 questions that you want answered, because you said Ash's Q&A. I will answer up to 10 questions. Send those to me, and then I will prepare that. No, it's your segment. So send me up to 10 questions about Ashes of Creation, and I will put that together. I will live stream it, and then I will turn that section of the live stream into a piece of YouTube content. So absolutely, I will absolutely do that. The only thing I ask is to keep the 10 questions like professional. Don't be like asking me questions about like their personal lives. You can ask me questions about how their personal lives interact with their business lives, and I can do that, but don't be like asking me questions like where I have to dox John or Steven, because I won't do that. Also, I nearly made a really big fuck up. I was working on an article for Ashes of Creation, and I had to stop and I had to delete all of it. Delete my notes, tearing my notes off my notepad. I was about to like give out like a bunch of shit that's covered by my NDA. And I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want this problem. What I will also say is interesting is with Ashes of Creation, they have managed to alienate their staff so entirely. Okay, so entirely. The staff doesn't even want to help anybody until the staff knows 100% that they're getting compensated. Like, because the staff knows that they're pretty screwed anyway. The board is like, well, we're looking for, the staff's like, we don't care. Like, pay us. And I respect the staff for that. The staff is getting totally fucked. The staff is just getting, they're getting dog fucked is what's happening to them, and it's unacceptable. It's absolutely, like, Steven Sharif is completely full of shit with, like, what, he may be telling the truth, but other stories are coming out about him that his resignation wasn't as much due to the staff not going to be taken care of in so much as it was he wasn't going to be taken care of, because he wasn't able to prove he'd ever invested anything into his company. And Big Daddy Dawson was like, look, if you can show us where you've contributed money to the company, then we'll consider giving you equity. But until you show us where that is, you're not getting any equity. And that, like I said, there's a bunch of people saying you can't trust the ledger. I'm not calling it the ledger. I will inevitably use the wrong art. It's a ledger. It's a ledger that we have access to. And I will be it's a ledger. But based on a ledger that I have seen, there is a lot of bullshittery around. A whole lot of bullshittery. It's so easy to be honest about things. He literally chose the most difficult and convoluted path possible. It's because In reality, what was happening was he was having to fake it till he made it. He was having to outright fake it till you make it. And the problem with outright having to fake it till you make it is that at some point somebody's gonna call fuck or walk. And when somebody calls fuck or walk, you better be able to do one or you better be able to do the other. And I don't think, from what I've been told, and I'm assuming I assume out of all the people that are making content about Ashes of Creation, the one who's gonna end up getting sued is me. Because I will drive Steven completely insane and he will be so frustrated, and that's fine. I'm not taunting Steven to try to get him to sue me because I really don't want to go through the fucking bullshit of being sued, to be honest. But he's going to keep going about this narrative, and I'm going to keep doing what I do. If he wants to sue me, great. You want to give me discovery, great. I'd love to have it. But his employees are saying, yeah, play stupid ass games with people. Steven's hubris is why all those people were impacted. And I'm not going to say that there's not some level of responsibility on the part of the board. I think people struggle. This new modern generation of people struggle. I'm not actively right now at this moment condemning Intrepid Studios. Therefore, I must support Intrepid Studios. No, not at all. At this exact moment, I'm not condemning Robert Dawson. That in no way, shape, or form means at this moment. What would suing you even do, since you will continue to talk? What I imagine Steven would do is because he knows that other content creators are larger than me, but I'm more detailed and, deep dive orientated. I imagine Steven at some point will make a statement that I've slandered him, and he's going to try to sue me for defamation of character, slander, and libel. And then he'll try to get a gag order, which until the resolution of the case, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. And I invite him to. If he feels that's what he needs to do, I invite him to do so. I genuinely do. If TFE is hoping to generally still come out with a game, what's even the strategy? Seems like they would need to transfer assets into yet another company to shed as much as they can from the shit show. So let me say this. I don't know what the strategy, I have no idea what strategy TFE could even possibly hope to use for this reason. Number one, they tainted TFE, so they're gonna have to create a new entity. And the reason why they tainted TFE, and I know a person like Rob Dawson. I don't know him personally, but I know the type. He's gonna get pissed. But what's gonna happen is, Rob, you surrounded yourself with people that gave you information, and they gave you bad information. My services are available if and only if you make restitution to the employees. And since you're not a game guy, I will more than happily pop out and help you get whatever you can get going for Intrepid to get your money back, to bring a good game to market, hence, or quote, a good game to market. But I won't help anybody until it benefits the employees, because that would be morally reprehensible. There's not really a good play for them. And the reason why there's not really a good play is, number one, they've pissed off all of their subject matter experts. Their subject matter experts don't want to be part of this. They don't want to be part of it because they didn't get paid. I didn't know this until a conversation last night. They didn't get their Alpha 2 bonuses either. At least not bonuses on the scale that they were expecting. That That's a bitter pill to swallow for somebody to be told, yeah, we're just not paying you. Because those are, and again, it would depend on what their contracts are. If their contracts say you're entitled to a performance bonus or a milestone bonus, you have to do that. You have to pay it, just like you have to pay PTO. That Aaron Bartels guy, Robert Dawson should want, I never advocate violence against anybody, but Robert Dawson should want to put his fist right through that guy's face. Because you released an email that said, I don't think that we should pay PTO and severance. You literally, that email alone is a smoking gun. And it's a smoking gun because you have an email now in existence that shows you had a conversation with the intent to defraud employees from entitled earned wages. Now, I know some people are going to say, well, that's one perspective. No, man, it's one perspective if you can't prove it. It's one perspective if you can't produce a piece of evidence, a document that says this is literally what they said. And that's what Aaron says. These are the bottom performers. We've already paid them more than what they're worth. Aaron Bartels, you're a bottom performer of common sense and decency. Look at this guy sitting in the fish bomb chair. The fish bomb. I don't know why the hell they made a chair with a fish bomb strapped to it, but it's funny as fuck. But I get why the employees are pissed. I get it. They don't want to help Intrepid in the slightest. And I wouldn't want to either. You're asking the employees to help defend the hand that slapped them. Like, you want them to go out of their way to help you. And because what you have here is you have a hilarious gangbang. The Ashes of Creation thing is turning into just an absolute three-way menage a trois hate fuck. The employees, they got wronged. The employees want restitution. Dawson wants to bury Sharif. Sharif wants to bury Dawson. And not poor Jason Karamanis, but in this situation, I'm gonna call him poor Jason. Jason just wants his $12 million back, or some part and parcel thereof of his $12 million investment. Like, I get why everybody is so pissed. I get it. Like, I do. So it's going to be months and months and months of amazing cinema. We are going to have an amazing time covering Ashes as it falls apart. And then at the end of the day, who benefits? Now, I've been told by a person I trust. I've been told by a person that I have zero reason to doubt. Dynamic gridding works. Dynamic gridding works. But anybody who says, see, I told you it was working, it wasn't working. It was gonna go in. It wasn't in yet. But the person I trust says it was working. So I trust, you gotta, at some point you gotta say to yourself, I trust this person. You actually made it to a live stream. Good job. Proud of you. Much proud. And I was like, where's my chat box? Where is my chat? I guess it's not going to show up today. Okay, so I'll pull this down. Will the employees eventually get their bonuses PTO after the funds owed from whoever is at fault? No, because unfortunately, that's not how that piece works. And the reason why is the sale of the assets don't go to Intrepid Studios. The money from the sale of the assets don't go to Intrepid Studios. The money of the sale of the assets go to Robert Dawson. But now Robert Dawson is going to have to circle jerk pay himself, which is fine. But what will happen is will have to put the IP up for public auction. And then he will have to outbid everybody else who bids on it. Like, this is one of the situations where I would love to be like Asmongold rich. Because I would love to just be like, you know what? I have $1 million to spare. I'll throw it down for $1 million. Make him shuffle $1 million around. But as I said, the unfortunate piece to that is Robert Dawson as creditor forecloses on the assets. TFE buys them. TFE gets the IP. Robert Dawson as the creditor gets the money. It's not like Intrepid Studios gets the money and then they have to pay payroll or anything. The big thing is there's a lot of people who say they have a background in law, and their background in law is really nothing more than asking ChatGPT questions. If you think you know something because ChatGPT told it to you, that's cool, but say that. Say that instead of acting like you've got the Ark of the Covenant in your pocket, like you know all. Because people keep saying that in a bankruptcy, wages in California move to the front of the line. Robert is the lien holder. The thing is I'm working on the assumption that Commerce West Bank has to get out of the way, which and we don't know what we don't know. I don't know why Commerce West Bank is still a lien holder, because John and Steven sold their house, which means a lien should have been paid off at the title company at closing. The government, it has a lien, but I don't see on the government's liens where they've put all assets, and I'd have to relook at them. If the creditor in front of you doesn't have a claim to the thing you're asking for, then you can go in front of them for the thing you're asking for. Like the bank, I saw chattel papers, notes payable, notes receivable, accounts. I didn't see the bank asking for all assets, tangible and intangible. Well, the video game code is an intangible asset because it doesn't have value. It doesn't have easy to obtain value out of it. The bank doesn't want something that it has to fuck about with. Now, the bank can object to Dawson's foreclosure and state, if you're auctioning this off, we have to be paid our $6 million before Robert Dawson can get anything. Well, the bank can also, if the bank is still sitting on a $6 million note, then the bank can object to any sale that's for less than $6 million. So that's what I'm talking about, where Robert would have to pay $6 million to get the assets, because then the Commerce West Bank lien would be cleared. What I'm confused about is, and of course Stephen Sharif didn't provide all of the documents, and I have a feeling the judge is going to admonish Stephen's lawyers again, and Stephen's lawyers may be very close to being sanctioned. When you read through Stephen's filing, Stephen talks about irrelevant shit. Hey, Splash. He talks about irrelevant shit like, our mortgage ended up going through Pathway Bank, and Robert Dawson would threaten to foreclose on us. If Robert Dawson is your lender through his bank, and keep in mind, this guy's a pimp. This guy is he owns a fucking bank. I mean, we're not talking about a rich dude that just, has some money. We're literally talking about a dude who owns a fucking bank. He has every right to threaten to foreclose if the loan is tied up. But that's the piece Stephen didn't include. He said, and then Robert Dawson decided to increase our mortgage rate from 6 to 10%. Well, if you got a mortgage to buy the house, how is there still a lien from the bank? And then reading all of Steven's dribble, he's crying and whining about what happened, but Steven is the one who got asked and agreed to sign backdated sales. Like, Steven, what is wrong with you? Like, did you sleep through economics 101? Because you don't backdate shit. You don't backdate purchase agreements. You sold 10% of your company for $10. And Steven's just like, well, I was coerced. No, you weren't. You were fucking greedy. Coerced my ass. He may have used coercive tactics, but you had every ability to say, fuck no. Also, the way he tells the story and the way the dates line up, you allowed Robert Dawson to backdate an $8 million loan when you first met him. Hold on the damn bitch. Why would you ever, upon meeting a dude, allow him to backdate his first investment? Like, you know he's about to take you for a ride. Let's say he is coerced, then after you sign, you go to the police. Yeah, that's, if you've been forcibly coerced to sign paperwork, the only credible destination to go after that event is the police station immediately. The only phone call you should be making on your way to the police station is to your lawyer. Telling your lawyer what just happened and saying, yeah, I was just coerced to sign a stack of paperwork. I'm on my way to the police to report it. Can you please get your ass down to the police station? Yeah, 5-minute runs. What a joke. Once Human real quick. I'll keep bouncing back. All the edits they've done to Once Human to balance the game, and 2 people are running this in sub 5 minutes or sub 6 minutes. Like, come on. And I'm not even paying attention. I'm bullshitting. Yeah. The judge is probably going to admonish Steven and Steven's lawyer again. And they're going to say, look, the judge is going to say, look, I've already made a ruling that the information that you're submitting has to be truthful. And part of truthful is thorough and complete. And Steven has 2 big giant gaps in his filing, which, you know, Steven made this really long Reddit post, and Jason Karamanis could probably go after Steven for defamation of character. He's like Jason Karamanis' violent history, including arrests and convictions. Yeah, but how does that factor in? He submits a document that said a text message he has with Rob Dawson, and Rob Dawson or Jason Karamanis threatened to break his jaw. Well, why is your evidence that you're submitting for that a text message? Because if I'm your business partner and you threaten to break my jaw, my documentation of that is going to be a police report. But it seems to me Steven knew the caliber of people, the temperament of the people he was getting involved with, and it seems to me like it was the only way Steven could get money. Just like everybody's making this big deal out to be, Riot Games was going to acquire Ashes of Creation. No, Steven didn't exactly tell the full truth there. Because, and we know that because he blocked out the whole middle of the email. My understanding from another person inside the company with seniority at the time is that they were going to acquire Intrepid Studios to build their MMO. And that's that piece in the middle of the block we need to see. But the funny part is, Steven treats their initial offer, and then he starts treating it like a valuation of the company. They made a post clarifying it, but the post that they made is a very plain Jane, matter of fact, I don't want to get into any details because I don't want to be involved in this bullshit. So they're not, what was his name? Mark, I believe. He did a very open statement. Yes, we looked at it. We didn't go forward with the deal. We decided to focus our internal efforts to making a game. He's not going to get into the hows and the whys and the whats and the wherefores because it doesn't benefit Epic. Epic doesn't want to be involved in this discussion. Even if Riot had an initial investment or initial outline of how they want to invest, that's not the same amount of money they would have offered to buy out. You're right. You're absolutely right. And it also, what Steven I don't think realizes is, right, the first thing Riot would have done as, oh, that's such crap. The first thing Riot would have done is looked at the books. The moment Riot saw Intrepid's books, Riot would have said, no, thank you. Why? Because the first couple of years of those books are, I'm not going to say cooked because that's implication. I'm not going to say crooked because that's implication. But what I am going to say is the first couple of years of those books don't line up with reality. They don't line up with the details that you would expect of a CPA. I am on permanent server 4 Manibus. We've been here since dinosaurs roamed the earth. But he took a walk up this way. You stopped playing when Endless Dream came out? I didn't like Endless Dream. I haven't liked a lot of the decisions that Starry Studios and well, I'm gonna say Starry Studios has done because it seems like NetEase is leaving them alone to develop. I haven't liked the direction that Starry has gone with basically saying, we don't know what people want, so we're just going to keep making different versions until people are happy. This most recent patch was absolute dog water. They changed the whole fundamental flow of the game. They added weight to stuff. Your backpack is constantly full because you're picking up shit that used to not have weight. They didn't add survival back in. They made base defense harder to do. They changed the lore. Yeah, they did a ton of stuff that I can't get down with. They made changes for the sake of making changes, instead of making changes that made the game better. That's good AI right there. Don't even put your shield up. Just chase me. It made it easier for me to come back. It really didn't. The trick is it really didn't make it easier for you to come back. It gives you the feeling that it's easier, but in truth it's worse. The new mod system they put into play a couple of months ago is terrible. It's great for new players, but for the 2-year existing players, it sucked. I haven't gotten a mod upgrade in weeks. Do you think some company could buy Ashes of Creation and continue the project? No. And I'll tell you why no. The reason why is... Oh, nope. We don't want to do that one again. Number one, Steven was allegedly, which isn't really allegedly, but I have to throw allegedly out there because he's a litigious individual. He might get pissed and angry. He's also broke. He constantly had the teams working on vertical slices. And if you're familiar with what vertical slices are when you work on something just for the sake of showing it off. And then there's two paths you can take after that. Path number one is you make this vertical slice your focus. You work on it in order to show it off. The good way to do it is then you take that to completion and then you pick the next vertical slice thing that you want to work on. That's not what Steven was doing. Steven had the team, hundreds and thousands of man hours, working on something for the sake of showing it off. And then once they showed it off, they allowed that feature to remain in tech debt as they all shuffled to the next new thing Steven wanted to look at. Steven gave directions to his staff based on keeping certain players happy. Steven would see critical feedback of the game and immediately get depressed and have the team start working on everything else under the sun to try to turn the sentiment again. Now, could a company buy the code and the assets and pick it up? From the people inside the company, no. The most valuable piece of Intrepid Studios is dynamic gridding. But, according to people inside Intrepid, dynamic gridding works. Now, keep in mind, it works at the stage they have it functioning, and they still have a lot of things to develop. So it's probably going to break again and then need to be tweaked again and fixed again and break again. And that's just, any developer will tell you, that's just natural evolution. But there's no real external value to the dynamic gridding because it's not ready to ship out the door. It's not ready to ship out the door. It doesn't have documentation. You would need a team of support people for other people to be able to want to use it. And it looks like Intrepid Studios was trying to leverage Spatial OS. And then they decided, okay, this isn't going to work. We're going to come up with our own solution. But nothing works. Nothing is in a shippable state. Also, multiple people inside Intrepid have said the same thing. None of the systems even are balanced or designed or laid out to completion on paper because Steven never gave his teams time to do that. They constantly felt that they were in a state of panic. Alpha 1's map was never intended to be the real world. Alpha 1's map was simply a JDI, a just do it. It was, to me, it sounds like it was a let's get this proof of concept done so we can get more investors. Steven changed the size of the world map on a whim with no conversation and not heeding the advice of his team members who were telling him, you want to triple the size of the world because you can see one node from another node. You could literally, with the nodes built up so big, Steven, and I have the documents, I'm not gonna, while I'm playing, I can't readily get them, but I documented out from what Steven was saying on the live stream. I had grown disenfranchised with his ass because I'd caught him in too many lies, and once I catch you in a lie, I raise the bar of what you have to do to convinced me. Steven was talking about the travel times between nodes, and as I laid it out, the way a military person would, like, okay, this is where our backup is, this is where our reinforcements are, this is the travel time, this is the roll time, this is the da-da-da. I was like, Steven, so based on everything you've just said, it's only going to take 3 minutes and 15 seconds to move from the inside of one node to the inside of another node. And then he stopped talking to me because I was noticing too many things he didn't want noticed. And now that insiders are willing to share information, and I can talk about the things, because something not everybody knows, I was grandfathered into the content creator program. And then Margaret did not honor that NDA and my grandfather into the content creator program. She didn't invite me to the first meeting. But unfortunately, that hurt me because I'd been getting information from Intrepid employees that I couldn't share. Because my NDA says I may not share any information that I get from an Intrepid employee. Well, I think in truth, they gave me my grandfathered into the creator program so that I had to sign the NDA so that it meant I couldn't be leaked to, because if you're an employee, I can't use it. And I have to ask, are you an employee of Intrepid Studios? That's why I think that's the only reason why I think they had me sign that NDA. Because they knew that I was getting information from inside the studio because I had friends that worked there. And now that those people aren't employees of Intrepid Studios, the NDA isn't valid. Like, if I get information from a board member, I can't share it because they're the board of Intrepid. But anybody else gives me information, I can use it. And I think that's what pisses Steven off. Yeah, you have friends that worked there. And these people, some of these people were good people. Not all of them. Some of them were shitbirds. But some of these people were good people that got ultimately boned by Steven and his bullshit. So I feel really, really bad for those employees. But so what would it take for Intrepid to, what would it take for a company to be able to purchase Ashes of Creation and get the game going again? $60 million in at least 3 years. Because according to the person that I've talked to, it would take about a year for somebody to just go through the code, and under a team of people to go through the code and understand the documentation. And it doesn't surprise me that everything's not documented to the nines, because Steven had them running ragged trying to do these vertical slices. And then, like I said, the most viable piece of their company is dynamic gridding, but if you don't know how it works and you don't have the subject matter experts, you're gonna need time to figure it all out. You have to hire key people from the old company, and none of them want to work with the new board. None of them. Because, and I respect the position of the employees. Yes, Steven is the one who predominantly fucked them over, but the board made the conscious decision through Aaron Bartel's and Robert Dawson's comments. Those two made the decision to ultimately believe they didn't have to pay payroll. Now, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way. I don't have a problem with Midori Bond. I think she's a nice person. The issue here is Midori started as the office assistant, and she became a human resources specialist. And Intrepid was paying her $120,000 a year. I don't know if she has a degree in human resources. I don't know if she has a background in human resources. I don't know if she's worth that dollar amount. But what I do know is you can outsource your human relations solutions for a hell of a lot less than $120,000 a year. And I'm not saying she doesn't deserve the job or she doesn't deserve the money, but if you bring me in, a CPI guy, a continuous process improvement guy, and you tell me I don't have enough money to get to a viable product launch, I'm going to look at your payroll, and the first thing I'm going to say is $120,000 for a HR person. Let's eliminate that person, pay their severance, and let's hire a third-party solution for our human relations for the time being. Steven, I don't know if you saw his wonderful comment. This is not my comment about Chinese people. I love Chinese people. I love your culture. I love your language. I love your food. Steven referred to the Chinese people as dog shit people in culture because he had been trying to work with a company called iDream Sky and it didn't work out. And he had burned a lot of money paying lawyers. But since I only have parts of that story, I would like to know why exactly iDream Sky walked away from you. I see $1 million licensing agreement on a ledger. I don't see $1 million reversal of that. I've been told John Moore isn't a CPA. We've not been able to find John Moore in any CPA database. You are required to register as a CPA. It's not like you can just act as a CPA. You can be an accountant and not be a CPA. You could be a CFO and not be a CPA. You cannot be a CPA and not be a licensed CPA. Now, we've looked in Nevada, we've looked in California, we've looked in Virginia. Somebody looked in like Maryland, the surrounding Virginia states, just to see if maybe he, for some fuck reason, registered in another state. We can't find John Moore as a licensed CPA anywhere. I was told by a person who knows him, he doesn't even have a bachelor's in accounting. He has an associate's degree. Would make sense based on the quality of the ledger I see. Not trying to be a jerk, but the results speak for themselves. Yeah, that's why it's a certified public accountant, because you have to be certified. And I can't find him. And it's not like this is hard. I mean, I understand, like, sometimes it's hard to do some things. This one's not hard. What's my background? I have a very long and extensive background because I've done a lot of things. I have a graduate degree in education. I have undergraduate degrees in history, political science, and electrical engineering. I was a pre-law student, and then I decided to go into teaching for a bit because I was 20 years old when I got my undergraduates. So I got a teaching certificate and worked on my master's. The wonderful admissions department at John Marshall Law School said, "You look 12," and I did. I looked 12. They said you might want to consider getting a master's degree because you're already so far ahead in your education. Get a master's degree before you come to law school. That way you have undergraduate, a master's, and then your Juris Doctorate. I was going to do that. Then 9/11 happened, and I enlisted in the military, became an equipment technician for biomedical equipment, got my undergrad in that, got my commission, became a logistics readiness officer, where one of the things I did was audits. And one of the things I did was audits of military contracts that had been either neglected or where fraud, waste, and abuse was suspected, among many other things. I've also owned my own businesses my whole life. Although I will say outright, when I owned businesses that have depreciable assets like the bar and the kitchen, or the bar and the restaurant with the bar equipment and the kitchen equipment, I hired a CPA to keep my books on the accrual method of accounting. My current businesses that I run on the cash method because I don't have depreciable assets. Plus, it doesn't make a lot, so it's just easier for money in equals money out. And that's it. That's my background. I'm also a yellow belt in lean logistics. Lean Six Sigma, the Toyota production system, FSO 21, whatever terminology you prefer. I like going in and finding problems and fixing problems. And what I will say outright is, for Intrepid Studios, Stephen Sharif wasn't a part of the problem. Like, there's that wonderful TikTok of the little girl where the mom says, are you going to be part of the problem or part of the solution? And the little girl answers, I'm going to be the whole problem. That's Steven. Steven's going to be the whole fucking problem. Yeah, Stephen Sharif is the new Amber Heard. And it's funny because Steven got these other employees to write these letters. And these letters are going to be like objection, hearsay, objection. Like, did everybody forget the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial? All these statements that, all these statements that these people testified to are literally all Steven said statements, which is fine because Steven can say, I told these people, but those people can't testify. Like, they can testify to, yes, he told me that. Yes, he told me that. But Steven has to admit those. Steven has to admit those statements because then you're not getting the other person to testify to the statement. You're getting the other person to testify that Steven told them that. It's such a... This is going to be such a dog shit setup. At the end of the day, it's so terrible. Ooh, a 5. Get in my belly. It's still, yeah, it's not, but it's still hearsay, but they can testify. They can testify that Steven made that statement. Did Stephen Sharif tell you this? Then they're not testifying to the accuracy of... They're not testifying to the statement. They're testifying Steven said this. Steven told them that. It doesn't do anything for them. The other two witnesses can introduce the statements. If they try, objection, hearsay. This happened. Did you tell anyone? I told these two people. Doesn't give any more validity to it. And Steven's lawyer should know that. Just like, again, just like the sending an email to, or a phone message to Robert Dawson that Jason threatened to break your jaw doesn't give any more validity to the fact that you're saying Jason threatened to break your jaw. You're just saying, I told somebody. Well, then you don't want to make that statement because then it brings in a whole lot of bad for you. Oh, so you confronted Robert Dawson about not sending a guy to break your jaw. Or let me back up one. Did you truly believe Jason Karamanis was likely to break your jaw? I did. What did you do about it? I asked Robert Dawson not to send his enforcer to break my jaw. Did you contact the police? No. Well, then you weren't really that threatened by it. You weren't really threatened by it. You're claiming now you were threatened by it. But at the time you didn't file a police report. So at the time you didn't take it as a credible threat. Remember, one of the big problems is you have to be able to testify to a witness's state of mind. That's very difficult to do because nobody else is in your mind. But if you turn around and say, yeah, I filed a police report. Oh, well, holy shit, you filed a police report. So you really did feel intimidated. You felt intimidated enough, you felt it necessary to go file a report. Yeah. Oh, well, that's a good way to indicate your state of mind. You felt the threat was severe enough, you filed a police report. If you didn't file the police report, now your own inactions work against you. I was terrified for my life. Were you? Really? Because your actions don't reflect the actions of a person that would be terrified for their life. Steven's fucked because of how he handled it. And I'm not saying Jason didn't threaten to break his jaw. Jason very well may have threatened to break his jaw. I wasn't there. You weren't there. The only two people on that phone call were Jason and Steven. But Steven doesn't seem to have taken the actions that somebody who's sincerely threatened would take. Yeah, I was so terrified, I didn't file a police report. Well, that doesn't hunt. Yeah, exactly. I've said that. I was terrified to file a police report, but I immediately out of my own pocket began traveling with my own private security. So you hired a security guard, yes. Now the security guard can testify, why did Stephen Sharif hire you? Because he was afraid for his life. Were there any individuals he told you he was fearing? Yes. Okay, now, there's your testimony to state of mind. They're going to object, they're going to try to not let you get it admitted, and that's going to be for the judge to decide. But you did nothing. What'd you do? You spent more of their money on DoorDash. That's what you did. You were so terrified of them, you spent more of their money on DoorDash. Not a good look, Bubba. Not a good look. So, yeah, you didn't buy a gun. Maybe they did buy a gun. I don't know if you bought a gun or not. If, now, part of Steven's own testimonies work against him. He's like, this person had a history of being a known violent offender. Then why did you go into business with him? Steven's gonna find his own bullshit is gonna turn against him. And they're gonna find they're not really happy with the picture he's trying to paint. He's Jason Karamanis' enforcer. Oh, but you went into business with him. Oh. So here's a guy that you were already millions of dollars into debt to, and he brings another guy, and you go millions of dollars into debt with this second guy. Yeah. I just hope the judicial system makes an example of this monumental blunder. I do too. First and foremost, what I hope they do is I hope they make the determination that based on decisions of the board is found to have become the de facto employer and not the company. And so those individuals personally become responsible for the back payroll. That's what I would like to see happen. I would like to see those individuals all backdatedly become responsible for the payroll. Doesn't John Moore have a brown belt and act as a security guard? No. I don't know if John Moore has a gun, but John Moore is not listed anywhere as Steven's bodyguard. He's listed as the chief operating officer and chief financial officer. Besides the fact, I don't know if you've seen a picture of John Moore. John Moore isn't the guy I want protecting me. What do I expect to happen? I expect ultimately everybody's gonna get their pee-pee slapped a lot by the judge because these people are all wheeling and dealing in shares of stock. Robert Dawson is stating in some of his emails, he won't sign anything unless the new articles of incorporation are signed. But the problem is they were never signed, they were never filed, so Stephen was issuing shares of stock that don't exist. That's securities fraud. There is so much about this case that has to get unwound. This is going to take years. This is going to take years and years and years and years and years to unwind. You literally issued Class B shares. I'm more interested in seeing the IRS and the SEC. The SEC probably will not get involved because it's a non-publicly traded company. And they're just not going to give a shit. It's a small group of people. Where the fuck did you go? Holy hell, that was weird. I don't see the IRS will get involved. I know the IRS is involved. I fucking told them. There is no question of whether or not the IRS has a full accounting of what happened. The IRS has, to the best of my knowledge, a full accounting of what happened. And the IRS doesn't need to work off of a bullshit half-baked ledger. The IRS is just going to reverse from your tax forms based on the ledger that is in circulation. And that puts Ryan Ogden and John Moore squarely in the "you boys be fucked" category, because the IRS does not like when money isn't paid to them. Remember, everybody knew Al Capone had masterminded the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Everybody knew it, but nobody could prove shit. Al Capone went to jail for tax evasion, not for murder, not for racketeering, not for alcohol distribution. Assuming tax forms were ever filed, yeah. Assuming tax forms were filed, I'm going to assume that they filed tax forms. I'm gonna make that assumption. But now, after digging through it, there is, I will admit, that ledger is incomplete. That ledger is either intentionally incomplete or accidentally incomplete. Yeah, the only winners will be the lawyers. And Dawson's attorneys are now they're questioning where Sharif is getting the money for his lawyers. So, this whole thing is going to be popcorn for me. The nice thing for me, not that I wanted an apology from anybody, but I have gotten several apologies from people. What parts of the ledger are missing? The general ledger tab is interspersed with checks and deposits. At the 31st of every year, or the last business transaction every year, there's a balance. And yet the starting balance of the following year is a result of the first transaction. So I don't have the running balance lines, which means either somebody exported it incorrectly or they were zeroing out their accounts at the end of every year, which you can't really do because you can zero out retained earnings, but you can't zero out incurred debt. What are you gonna say? You said they could have hired a bookkeeper and had better books. What am I gonna tell you when over the course of the company they spent 5 figures on accountants? They had external accountants. So, yeah, this whole thing is a goat rope. Yeah, what the fuck did they have them working on? No shit. Gotta not push him till the other ad is down, so we don't get his crabby pants response. This gun is too fucking good. This gun is a war crime. I even swapped out to have more accuracy. I took out the magazine that gives me like 30 more rounds. The line that I'm still hung up on from that Steven Reddit post is, only then did they begin asserting I had mismanaged or misappropriated funds despite having conducted an audit months earlier without those representations. Okay, so again, I can't speak for what I don't know. But what I can say is this. I don't know Ryan Ogden. But I know when Ryan Ogden allegedly took over as the CFO. In his data entry in the year 2025, assuming it's his, let me back up because I don't want to make a statement against Ryan Ogden because I don't know him from Paul. In 2025, something happens with Intrepid Studios bookkeeping, and all of a sudden, the entries change. Like, if you've never done books, this might not make sense to you. But when you're doing accounting, you basically write your own dictionary. You write your own set of accounting codes because they have to make sense to you and they have to make logical sense to an outside observer who has the key for the accounting codes. What I don't understand is if Ryan Ogden took over in 2025, and he was the one making the entries, then he didn't know what he was doing either. Not to be mean, but he has everything labeled under the same 20,000 accounts payable code. That's not how you do that. But yeah, the fact that they did the word audit, I can't trust anything that Steven Sharif says, and I hope he understands why nobody is going to trust anything he says except his bootlicking sycophants. And those people are the same people that he could fuck in the ass and say, "Don't worry, baby girl, it's just the tip." And then they'd be like, "Okay, daddy, I trust you." And like, what the fuck is with your bullshit, man? Like, you've got these sycophants that drool all over you, and you can do no wrong. One of them made the statement that business meals are a legitimate business expense. Every business meal that you had that drove your company further negative is going to have to be justified. Because once you're in the negative, you shouldn't be using company money to buy meals. Did they misuse the word audit? No, because you can do an internal audit. Any C-suite officer that's empowered to look at the books can do an audit. It's not like audits are restricted solely to the IRS to... Oh shit, I hate this. This fucking new boss. Oh! You can't even dodge it. But yeah, I did an audit of their books. And if Steven wants a impartial audit of their books done, then why don't you give me the stored file copy of the 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 QuickBooks files from when John was the CFO. Because you should be keeping all of your QuickBooks files when you have debt to equity notes. You should have all of those records. And some people are going to say, well, the IRS only requires you to keep track of your records for 7 years. No, the IRS only requires you to keep track of your records for 7 years if everything's above board. One of the things that makes you not above board is you still have outstanding liabilities, and you have to keep track of those until they're discharged. You can't just make those disappear because it's convenient. So yeah, I'll volunteer. I have the credentials. If they want somebody to do an independent audit of their books, I hate them all equally. I hate them all equally, so you know my audit is going to be equally fuck you all. Holy, can I stop being a diapotamus? Let's see. The thing that gets me is they said they were a startup and we're trying to do Google Office benefits without the money coming in. That should have been bootstrapping the development. Yeah. The other thing is, and this is from people inside the company. Is there a money back? No, there's zero. What money back? They don't have any money. They don't have any money. You can only get money back out of a company that has money. They don't have any. They're $368,000 or more in the hole. And even if they did get money, the backers don't have a claim to that money. A lawsuit out of New York does. A lawsuit out of California does. The employees class action lawsuit. We're never getting any money back because they are $197 million in throughput, $124 million in notes payable. There's no money. There's no money, there's no game, there's nothing they can sell for money. If they had left the team alone, if Steven had stopped trying to be everybody's best friend, Steven wanted to be popular. Steven had a God complex. Steven wanted people to love him. So he was trying to give everybody, what they wanted. I'm gonna say this, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but it's a really important, hold on, let me see if I can get him to grab some aggro, get you up. Oh, here we go, I'm fucked. Being a parent is a really important trait for being a good leader. Being a parent is a really good trait for being a good leader because you learn the mentality that no is a complete sentence. And you also learn the mentality that, and if you don't want to use the parent one, use the Gabriel from Legion. Michael gives God what he wants. Gabriel gives him what he needs. One of the big problems is you can't run your company in such a way that you're leaving it insolvent. When you're paying for company meals and you're driving your ledger into the red, every time you pay for a company meal, you're watching that go red, red, red. Then you're being a greedy son of a bitch and you're driving your company into downfall. When you know that there's no money for payroll and you don't say anything to anybody, right? Then that makes you a shithead. I resigned because it was the last piece of leverage I had. No, the last piece of leverage you had was sending out a company-wide email on your way out the door saying, ladies and gentlemen, I am no longer the CFO. Something you should be aware of is that I am resigning. I am sending my letter of resignation after I send this email. There's no money in the accounts to pay you. So you should keep that in mind on whether or not you come to work next week. That's what a man would have done. That's what a man would have done. If a man is going to say, I resigned because of what they were doing to the employees, then a man would have rang the alarm bell before he beat feet out of the company. Steven is saying he resigned out of protest because it was the last thing he could do. Other people have told me Steven resigned in a temper tantrum because he was told, because he had never contributed any money to Intrepid Studios that they could find, he was being given no equity in the new company. Steven was basically going to be the creative director at the new company, and that's it. He would get a paycheck and nothing else. And then if performance metrics were good, then he would get equity. So Steven was mad. He had burned through all these people's money, and then he wasn't going to be given profit sharing at the new company. No money for payroll, but me and my husband get paid. I don't know who told him to quit, but they should have let the board fire him. Yeah. Because Steven, when he quit, gave up any claim to severance. He was a child in a professional kitchen, no idea what he was doing, zero experience, no surprise the whole thing went up in flame. That's a good analogy because owning a kitchen and owning the kitchen and being able to cook in the kitchen are two totally different fucking things. Let me fucking tell you, the first time I tried to use my own kitchen at my own place, I scared the shit out of myself. Because let me tell you, the high setting at your professional kitchen on your gas burner, the high setting, like you make fried eggs at home, if I remember the numbers correctly, and forgive me because it's been a long time, in a commercial kitchen, in your home kitchen, your high setting is about 10,000 BTUs. In your commercial kitchen, your high setting is 50,000 BTUs. And the first time I turned the flame up high at the kitchen, the commercial kitchen, and the fucking flames are dancing along the fucking outside of the pot, I'm like, oh, what the fuck did I do? 29,000? I couldn't remember the numbers. But it's, your commercial kitchen is a fuck lot. A fuck lot higher. Somebody told me I was wrong. I thought it was 50,000. It's 29,000. That's a big fucking difference. It goes without saying. A person inside of Intrepid said, in order to build the game that Steven wanted, they would need 500 staff members. Nothing except dynamic gridding was ready for the development stage they were at. And it was working on a daily basis on their test build. And I trust this person. This person gains nothing by lying to me. Thank you. If you've got the background, all I know is, I don't have the background. I scared the I'm not ashamed to say, I scared the shit out of myself. Like, I'm a grown-ass man at this point. I scared the shit out of myself. Not afraid to say it. And then I was like, yep, there's a reason why I shouldn't touch stuff. No, we can't say what BTU stands for. It stands for bacon. All cooking in America is done according to bacon thermal units. Bacon thermal units. I was a controller at a tech startup which had no revenue and only relied on government grants. It was unbelievably stressful and I had to quit. The burn rate kept me up at night. Yeah. I'm not saying that Steven is like a horrible human being to the level of like the next Hitler. But I'm saying Steven is a terrible fucking human being in regards to he shit on his employees. No, I don't want more fucking math. I pay people to do math. The only math I do is counting these stacks over here. That's all I do. Actually, there are no stacks. I wish there were. There are no stacks. If there's ever stacks, it'll go to charity. By the way, I'm very happy to be able to say I helped that mom with all her liquidity problem yesterday. She's got to hide her money or her husband takes it, and then she can't make payments. So she's got to keep it into... She's got to keep it in accounts that he can't access. But he drains all their accounts. So she's constantly trying to move money from one account to another. And she doesn't see right away that the balance is negative. Like, what a fucking way to live. Like, again, I used to say I'm not jealous of Asmongold's level of money. But now I am. Not because I want to do anything for myself. But I would fucking love to get my streaming career and my music business career to the point where I could make a $10,000 donation every month to my own charitable organization and then have people like send in letters and be able to like cut them a check. I would love that. That would be like my dream accomplishment. My dream accomplishment is to just be able to help people. Like, I'd love to be able to tell this woman, I will move you to a new place. I will pay 1 year of rent on a place for you. And I will give you 1 year of employment on a monthly stipend so that you can take the time to get your kids settled in a new school district, take a breather, go to some therapy, go to the gym, work out, start looking for a job, get a job, blah, blah, blah. I would love to be able to say, this is the family of the month. $75,000 is going to this family over the next year so that they can get their shit, their lives in order. That would be like my, that would be like the end of my life. That would be like, okay, cool. We've hit the goal. We're at that level of helping people. What was my first red flag I spotted in Ashes of Creation when you were sure it was a total shit show? All right. My first red flag with Ashes of Creation was when I did my first interview with Steven, and he said approximately, he had said in the months prior, we have 115 employees working on Ashes of Creation. And that dog didn't hunt. And the reason why that dog didn't hunt was multiple fold. Number one, that is a hell of a fast onboarding process. Based on what they had in Kickstarter and what Steven was then claiming, was their on-ramping. It's, unless you're on-ramping, yeah, you usually watch on YouTube, but I had to do my monthly Twitch login to give my Bezo bucks. Nice. Just taking a nap anywhere now? That's cool. My first big red flag was, unless you're hiring menial laborers, you're hiring the janitor, you're hiring the dock worker, you're hiring the office assistant, the copy girl. And unless you're like at a construction site or a construction company, it's not a huge deal to onboard 50 employees in a month, because you're onboarding base carpenters, base plumbers, base electricians, base masons, base roofers, like all kids right out of graduation. Then it makes sense to be doubling your employment size. But when Steven comes out and says, we now have 115 people working on Ashes of Creation, and you're like, hold the fuck up. How? Yeah, you employ people who don't need specific company information. But when you're onboarding at that rate, how are you properly vetting these people? And your whole company structure was kind of fucked up. And we were asking you, like, you have no producers. You have Peter, who has no background in the industry. You have a bunch of people with the name producer in their title, but none of them have any background. That's a problem. I wonder if there was even a design. Oh, so my biggest red flag was how Steven behaved when he was caught in a lie. And so I gave him a chance during my first interview to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. And so he got the numbers squared away. After that, I noticed lots of little things that started not adding up. And I started bringing them up, and then as I did, I realized I was becoming less and less out of favor because I was making Steven angry because I was focusing on things that he clearly didn't want talked about. And that was because he didn't want Jason Karamanis to stumble upon one of these videos on YouTube. And then, because I can't make Steven be held accountable, but his shareholder can. His shareholder can reach out and say, well, I've seen this video by this guy, and he's asking a question that you don't seem to want to answer, so I want you to answer it. Well, I think that's why Steven got really, really angry a bunch of times with me, because I was bringing up stuff. I think the largest red flag, though, was the first payroll protection plan loan. We have this many employees. If you have this many employees, then why didn't you protect that many jobs on the payroll protection plan loan? Like, why aren't your numbers adding up? And then we got to the Jason Karamanis files a lien, and we're like, well, hold on a second. Oh, back up one. Then we have the Streamline Media lawsuit where where Streamline says in their filing, and Mr. Sharif asked us to delay payment because he was waiting on a round of investment. And that was when it shattered, because hold on, what the fuck you mean a round of investment? Ashes has no investors. But the best part, and why Steven is he's so fucked in court, and which is just glorious to me, is because he stated in his Reddit thread from 2015 until 2024, the board consisted of 100% of the shareholders, me, John, and Tom. And then in 2020, he said, we have no shareholders. The fuck is that? Fuck's sake. What are you telling me? I'm a fatty? He's telling me I'm a fatty. Yeah, 4.4% Yaya Legacy Trust would disagree with you. Exactly. So now we've got this situation where Steven's all pissy. It does not give me... No, I can't stand on it. Let me see if I can stand on this one. Yep. I'm 64.9 kilograms. Looking back, he also said things like, but don't buy it, or like, if you don't believe in us, don't spend money. Those are kind of always scam. Well, yeah, and where we run into the big problem is I recognized the problem, and I don't know if Steven deliberately sent people to just disrupt my shows and disrupt my programs. But that's kind of how it turned out. And now some of those people have turned around and apologized to me, which is fine. It's great. I never needed this money to survive. But where some of those people can fuck right off is that they didn't care that where my brand was growing, they got in the way, and I went on a right turn. If more people had turned around and said, hey, Jay's asking good questions, why aren't you answering them? Then my creator career would have grown. And here's the one that's going to chap a lot of people's asses. If more people had listened to me in the beginning, there might be a game. Because if more people had listened to me in the beginning, when I started alerting things, Steven might have had his asshole puckered up if the whole sentiment around him turned into, oh shit, the gig is up, or the jig is up, I better start listening. Yeah, the fact that Karthos received death threats for defending my positions tells you all you need to know about that community. Apparently Karthos is the head of my secret police. But you have to understand, Karthos is the first person that'll throw my ass under the bus if I'm wrong. Karthos and I have this, like, this respectful, like, fuck you game going when the other one is wrong. And we both chomp at the bit for the other one to be, because it's a healthy adult thing. We don't fight with each other most of the time because we don't want to be wrong. Now he's a dick. He'll fucking spin me up. Karthos will spin me up for a bit because he'll go down a route. And I'm like, is this fucking douchebag fucking being for real right now? He'll be like, no, I'm just fucking with you. And the fucking book title last week, does your secret police have any memorabilia? Yeah, that's right. Better not say I have secret police too loudly. Steven Sharif might pop into the show and want to buy it with company money. Maybe I should sell him my set of golden spoons. You guys know he spent company money. Oh wait, no, hold up. Let me clarify. We don't know if he spent company money on it, but Steven Sharif brags about having General Sherman's golden spoons. General Sherman doesn't have a set of golden spoons. They just came as natural internet douchebaggery. They did it to Pirate Software consistently as well. They bought it with company. The company had money, but yes, they bought it with the money they received from notes payable. Yes, that is correct. And you know, that's where I'm gonna say this. This is not intended as a threat, but this is a very, very open-ended sort of comment. Steven has brothers, but I have a feeling that Steven's mom never let Steven's brothers just beat the piss out of him. And it kind of shows. Steven Sharif talks like a man who's never been punched in the mouth. That's really how he comes across to me. Steven comes across as a guy who's never been punched in the face. Isn't all of Steven's money company money? I mean, is there proof he actually had money? Yeah, there's proof he had money. He had millions of dollars. He made millions of dollars in Zynga. Those are turtle eggs. Oh, I think the best fucking thing Robert Dawson and his attorneys could do is they should just, if they want to cause Steven to fucking lose his shit in the courtroom, they should say, Your Honor, we agree to a conservatorship. We agree to a receivership as long as it's Jalan. Steven would lose his fucking mind in the courtroom. He would fucking go donkey balls ballistic. They could fucking have me be the custodian, the receiver. Steven would lose his fucking mind. You would watch a man have an aneurysm and his brains would dribble out through his nose in a bloody clear mix. That man would fucking die. Steven wants a receivership, but Steven would lose his fucking mind if it was me. Because I'm retired and I have nothing else to do. I would review all of the books and be ready to answer the judge's questions about the books. I would take Steven right off the Discord. I would take Steven right off the Reddit. I would reverse all of the bans. I would ask permission from the judge to reverse all of the bans so that people can communicate freely about being defrauded. I give no fucks about Steven or his reputation because I reached out to him when all this started because I was told Steven was in physical danger. I was told by the person who leaked me documents, Steven believed he was in personal danger. I reached out to him and said, "Are you safe?" And he fucking gave me a song and a dance. And now it turns out you are the reason why many people want to bust you in the jaw. The receiver Steven's team proposed does seem qualified. Neither side should get to choose the receiver. Dawson's gonna object to the receiver because neither side should. First of all, I don't think Dawson's gonna relent to having a receiver. I think Dawson's gonna counter the receiver proposal with a... Oh, I didn't bring the fucking blueberries. Damn it. Dawson's team is more likely rather than less likely going to object to the receivership and instead accept a TRO that they can't move the assets until the judge says so. In my belief, that would be the stronger and the smarter move on Dawson's team's part. Simply say, no, the TRO is expired. The TRO expired. The TRO in California expired on the date of the preliminary injunction hearing. And because the preliminary injunction was not granted, it did not leave recourse for a new TRO to be issued. And again, I appreciate the Prime sub. I was waiting for the other Prime sub to come through, but I guess it didn't. Give me that Bezos money. I'll do good things with it. I promise you guys, if you donate to me or sub to me or go through Patreon or listen to PGN Music, I will not go to the game shop and buy magic cards. I will not buy Nazi uniforms. I will not DoorDash. I will... What else did he do? Yeah, in this situation, I do not see the judge appointing the person that Steven's lawyers asked. The judge will go to the, and I forgot what it's called, off the top of my head. The judge will go to the pool of, Steven bought, they bought a couple of antique uniforms. They own an SS uniform. they bought a couple of other uniforms, and those entries appear in the ledger. I question whether Stephen has actually accomplished anything on his own in his life. I think his mother had protected and sponsored him through his entire life, without a doubt. How about have liquor and cigars on a whim? No. Because here's why. And this is why I'm not that female streamer who's gonna scream at you all and say, I need your money. A lot of you need your money more than I need your money. If you want to give me money to help fund the future of PGN, one of the albums, great, no problem. But I will figure out a way to get sponsorships. Like tomorrow I have to do another show because I got caught up this week with bits and bobs going on. I have to do another show tomorrow because I have a 2-hour show to do to make like $65. That I don't need the $65, but the company does. Yeah, he claims to have a General Patton uniform, and most of those were given by his son to museums. I think Steven got ripped off on a lot of shit he bought because Steven doesn't, and I'm sorry if Steven finds this offensive, I just don't give a shit. He doesn't seem very sophisticated. He doesn't seem very cosmopolitan. He seems very country bumpkin. He seems very bump on a log. He seems very much like the guy that you can sell the bridge to. If you're doing self-serving things on a whim with other people's money, you're basically an asshat. Yeah. Yeah. I look forward to news on Jason Karamanis' lawsuit. Likely won't start until this one is done. Actually, I think Karamanis' lawsuit will be the one that takes the forefront because Jason Karamanis had, he and the Yaya Legacy Trust simultaneously had introductory loans to Intrepid Studios. Somewhere in the process, they converted those loans, the terms of those loans, into getting preferred shares of stock instead of common stock. Steven sent a capitalization table to Jason Karamanis' lawyer in, if I'm recalling off the top of my head correctly, 2019, where it reflects 1,000 shares on a capitalization table. The problem is what? Who's getting beaten up? Hey. Sorry. So Steven sends this, the preferred stocks that didn't exist. Well, because that has to be publicly filed. That is a statement of information that is public facing. If Steven and John honestly didn't file articles of incorporation changes to create a preferred class of stock, then there's a really big problem. And that really big problem is under the Jason and his lawyers are aware of this. Jason is aware of this. He's been told. Again, I don't give a shit what happens as long as the employees get paid. So if they weren't allowed to give out preferred, can they walk it back and regain control again? Kind of. They would have to walk everything back to the first debt to equity conversion. And then they would have to divvy out debt to equity conversions based on common shares of stock. And Jason Karamanis would end up with 970,000 shares of stock minimum. So, off the top of my head, Jason would end up with 970,000 shares of stock minimum. Robert Dawson would end up with 300,000 to 500,000, depending on how one of his loans gets played out. And Robert Dawson would end up with 1 million shares of stock, due to a backdated note. And so that right there, without anything else, $22.7% of the company in just 4 transactions is already out of Stephen's hands. And then that doesn't count the tons of other loans that Jason gave. Jason is also the most willing to just agree to a settlement as well to get it over with. So it's the easiest suit to handle court-wise. Yeah, but the problem is you are correct that he just wants his money back, but there's no money to give him. Remember, if they wind back all of these transactions, I don't believe Stephen retains control of the company that way either. How much does the interest play? The interest is usually factored in. I think I took out everything I needed to come back here with, because I'm stupid. I did. If there was $12 million in the company's coffers, well, Jason could get a buyout and his shares could go back to the company. I think Jason is going for blood. He would take 50 cents on the dollar, but who is going to get it unless there's a buyout? Well, interestingly enough, Jason might be the one able to foreclose on the loan, because, and forgive me, I'm not going to bring up all the documents, so the source for this is inside Stephen's filings, but you'll have to trust me that this is what they say. Robert Dawson converted his debt into equity. That means at the time that his debt is converted into equity, his lien is no longer valid and needs to be discharged. Even if he doesn't discharge his lien, it becomes stale because it's missing one half of the component. A lien is only valid with 2 things there. 1 is a debt. 2 is a lien statement. As soon as there was no more debt, the lien statement is no longer valid and should be discharged. If that happens, then Jason would be in the number 4 of 5 position. Karen would be in 5 of 5. Robert Dawson would then need to file his new lien, which would put him in 6 of 6, which means now Commerce West Bank has to get $6 million. Jason has to get approximately $18 million, 12 on the initial investment plus the interest. But, Jason's $12 million, Jason believes his $12 million is debt owed to him based on things he said on Nafis's show. But the problem is the moment you take debt to equity, you no longer have a loan against them. They get to discharge the loan, discharge the liability, transfer your note payable into capital purchase. So what we really run into now is a question of who is owed what, and who is next in line. My belief is that Dawson's lien is invalid. It needs to be discharged, refiled on the date that he rolled his equity back into debt. Which then, if that's true, you'll see Dawson pissed off because he won't be able to foreclose on Intrepid. Because he's not next in line. This is all a really, really large clusterfuck. Would Intrepid the entity or Stephen be responsible for compensation? That is another wonderful question. And what I will say is, It is going to depend on if anybody makes the argument that due to premeditated decision to defraud the employees of earned wages as stipulated by Aaron Bartels, and a conversation with Robert Dawson with the group and his lawyer, they may decide, the courts may decide the liability protection as offered by a C corporation is pierced because you operated in violation of the law. Therefore, you and not the company became the de facto employer. And if that happens, then Robert Dawson would be responsible for his ownership percentage share of what I believe is $11.3 million, if my math is correct. That right there is the best shot Steven has in any... Yeah, that's the only victory that Steven has. The only victory Steven has is costing Robert Dawson more money. That's it. Steven's under the belief that he can get the company back. Steven can't get the company back. $124 million of loans. The only thing this does is... Has anybody ever played competitive chess and there's a dispute and so they stop both the clocks and they take both of the scribble papers and two judges come over and the only thing the judges do is move the pieces according, like I'm gonna move all the pieces according to how my sheet of paper is written and the judge is gonna confirm as I go. I'll move the pieces and the judge is gonna say, hold up, I disagree because this is annotated this way. And then you go back to that spot and you say, this is the spot we take the game back to because this is really where the disconnect is. You guys are saying the disconnect is in 5 moves from now, but you both fucking annotated your games wrong. So we take you back to here, play on. Steven's belief is that he's getting the company back. There is no recourse for him to get the company back unless he's got $124 million in his pocket. And the thing is, if Steven showed up right now, he would say, well, Jay doesn't know what he's talking about. And which I would say is, honestly, fuck you, you little bitch. One of us has a degree in religious studies and sold people cancer juice and made their money with that. And another one of us actually studied the law. I didn't go to law school, but I was going there. And when you're reading with a lawyer, by the time you've been reading with a lawyer for 3 years, that lawyer is holding you to an understanding standard. Like a standard of, like when the lawyer I was reading with makes me go and sit in court all day, and then he drives me to court so that on the way back we can talk. That's apprenticeship. What Steven has done is he's going to have pissed off the judge. 400 pages of documents and exhibits. The judge is going to be like, motherfucker, because the judge has to read all of that. Now keep in mind, it took me 6.5 hours while live to go through it. I didn't even get through all of it. But I'm very familiar with the players. I'm very familiar with the dates. You saw me jumping around the ledger. I'm very familiar with what's going on. The judge is going to be like, what does this motherfucker have me reading? How many pages? While the judge is in the middle of a criminal case? The judge is supposed to go home at night and start reading a 400-page filing? Now, Steven has 3 really good things in that filing. Yeah, imagine being a judge with a full docket, and now a 400-page document comes through. Most of that, 90% of that was filed too early. Yeah. Most of it was. Steven turned around and he filed a bunch of shit. The judge is going to be like, why do I care about this at this junction in time? Yeah, Steven is throwing everything at the wall and hoping something sticks, the same way him and Jeffrey Bard were doing game design ideas. What is number 1 rule in court? Oh, there's like 10 number 1 rules in court. Oh yeah, the biggest rule of all is don't piss off the judge. The biggest rule in court is everybody's lying. Stephen also couldn't prove to Rob that he invested $4 million. Jason Karamanis' lawyer couldn't find money he invested other than, I think, $200 to start. Sometimes...
I am proud to announce that we...
Sometimes we just have to be a jerk, right? Sometimes we just have to be a jerk. Why are you chirping? There are no birds in here. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is why people like me should not be given access to AI.
Your Honor, despite...
My wife is now very disappointed that I have the ability to make AI videos. She's very upset with me.
Your Honor, despite what the ledger shows, I really did invest $2 million. I mean $9.5 million. I mean $55 million. I mean $4 million into my company.
Oh, but that's not what the evidence shows, my friend. Your withdrawals from the company were glorious.
No! Those were legitimate expenses, I swear! Your Honor, make Jalon stop streaming! He's exposing everything! Mr. Sharif, the truth is an absolute defense, and he has freedom of speech. Next time, be transparent, and that includes being truthful.
I'm so going to hell. I'm going to hell. Your $500 Kickstarter pack means I put money into the company that... I put more money into the company than Steven. Yeah. Yeah. Jason... Oh, that one's the Jason is willing. Yeah, so... I am really at the point where I am tired of listening to Steven speak. Quite fed up of it. Yeah, I want to hear them explain van candy in court. Which they're not going to be able to do. Rail, do you have any prototype H37s? I thought federal court had word limits on filings, and this is why. I do believe federal court has limits on filings. I believe the problem is they didn't submit 400 pages of filings. They submitted 15 pages in filing, which I think might have been right near the cap. But where the bulk of this shit is from the attachments. I just want to know where the 55 million Steven said he put all of his own money when he had an interview. Yeah, so without going through the ledger, because I'm having a day off. If Steven had put $55 million into the company, then the ledger wouldn't balance. But yeah, oh, so no, that's federal appellate court. You're in the wrong court. You need to be in federal district court. But yeah, so where we run into so many of the problems is Steven just won't tell the truth. Like, if I got called to testify, do you believe that Mr. Sharif is an honest person? No. Well, on what do you make that statement? Because I've caught him in lies. Here's a lie I caught him in. 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 Like, when a content creator has caught you in multiple lies, what is your recourse? What is your plan here? I just don't get... I don't get how you can start off... Well, I do get it. You start off so strong, and it goes so sideways, but then it's all because of greed. Yeah, but I need prototypes. You have given me most of yours. I just need to... I have over 1,000 deviations again, because these little fuckers multiply. See, I don't like the fact that these things have weight. And we can't put them in... We can't put these in crates. Bothers me greatly. So, but no, it's gonna be amazing to watch. But the people I feel bad for, there's a couple of people I feel really, really bad for, and the people I feel really, really, really bad for is the content creators who were working their asses off, who need this money to survive. Like, there's people that gave up like careers and shit to be full-time content creators, and they chose Ashes. And I'll tell you, for me, I was a teeny tiny Ashes streamer, and I was clearing just on Twitch $1,200 to $1,500 a month, and then I was getting multiple YouTube payments out a year, and so it was decent money. The moment I started to question anything, I started losing subs, which was fine. I don't need this money to live. But it is a kick in the nuts. Imagine all these companies that thought maybe they would do an affiliate program to get started. Now affiliate programs are all going to have the stink of Ashes of Creation on them. I think Steven cultivated this image of him that he really loved people thinking that was true about him, and he had to keep up a certain lifestyle, flash his wealth, and got to the point where it started poking holes in his image. He really started also poking holes in his ego. Oh yeah, Steven, at the end of the day, I don't particularly care if Steven gets offended. Steven is a whiny little bitch. Steven is a whiny little bitch, and there's nothing he can do about my opinion towards that, because he's proven he's a whiny little bitch. No doubt. Like, I interviewed you 3 times, and every time I interviewed you, you were basically blowing smoke up my ass. Not cool. Not cool in the slightest. This is dog shit, man. And what's worse is, the employees all say that if you challenge Steven, there were consequences. That many employees tried to tell Steven, the route you're trying to go just will not work. You're not allowing the developers to finish anything. You're not giving the proper time for documentation. You tripled the size of the world because you were upset that you could see one set of nodes from another set of nodes, but that's because you've made these nodes ungodly large. So, oh shit. Well, I can't finish him. I don't have health packs with me. I feel bad for that one guy that kept to himself, always got his work done, stayed late, believed in the promises, took a lesser salary for equity share at Intrepid just to get this. Yeah. And that's where Steven keeps trying to say, oh, I quit for the employees. I quit for the employees. Well, why didn't you warn him? Why'd you let him work for 2 weeks at a company that wasn't going to pay him? That, according to you, had no ability to pay them? Why didn't you warn somebody? Why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you report them to the Attorney General of the state of California? Oh, that's why. Even if Steven gets his company back, okay, so the likelihood of Steven getting his company back is slightly below my chance of winning the bronze in female gymnastics. But if he were to get his company back, the only thing he'll be able to do is potentially sell it, because nobody will come work for Steven Sharif. Nobody. As soon as people find out that he's the one in charge, they'll just literally stand up and say, thank you for the opportunity to interview. And they'll be like, no thanks. He waited until he lost control. He was on board with the new company moving forward, which included talking about layoffs in December. He didn't quit due to warrant issues. He quit because his reputation was going to take a massive shit. No, I wish that was true. But he quit because he was literally told, you're not getting equity unless you can prove your $4 million investment. Which in that entire email trail Steven submitted, he doesn't understand that he lied. So Steven defrauded people. Steven defrauded people, and he doesn't understand. He submitted evidence. His own submitted evidence proves he defrauded people. Now, I know like not a lot of people like me, but the truth is you gotta be a first-class douchebag to be so stupid that you submitted evidence. You submitted evidence that disproves your position. Like the other guys didn't submit it, and you're like, oh fuck, I didn't know they had it. Robert Dawson's attorneys and shit have to be looking at Steven's submission and like laughing at him. Like, does this dumb shit know what he submitted? You literally submitted an email talking about them asking you to prove your $4 million investment. But we have these public records of you saying 2 million, 55 million. We have your email to another lawyer talking about 9.5 million. And this is what I say. There's a reason why you have to, not a reason why you have to, a reason why you should just tell the truth outright all the time. Tell the truth outright all the time. Because if you tell the truth, the only thing you have to remember is the truth. If you start lying, then what you have to remember is all the lies. Yeah, their response filing had the tone. You dumbass did most of our job for us. Here's an 8-page rebuttal with 4 times the amount of information in it. And at the end of the day, you can't fix stupid. At the end of the day, you simply cannot fix stupid. I wish you could, but you can't. I like how his statement that he was promised that there was 12 million of available cash was disproved by his own exhibits if he just looked at the date of the texts. His own statement of there was 12 million available is in the new company. And he's too, like, honestly, he's too stupid to understand that. Has Dawson filed a countersuit yet? No, Dawson won't file a countersuit. because Dawson has a suit in Nevada. So Dawson has no need or reason to file a countersuit in federal court. Dawson's pretty fucked too, by the way, just so we're all on the same page. Dawson is not going to be in a happy camper mood because some things that he wanted to happen aren't going to be able to happen now. But break, that's okay. I think where Dawson is the most pissed now, though, is that he's probably not going to be able to sell the asset because there's so much stink on the name now. Nobody's going to want it. And there's a couple of individuals that have the source code, and they're going to try to make private servers. And these dumb fuck people think that it's legal. I always love when people claim that they're a lawyer. They try to say something that you know is inherently illegal. And you're like, dude, if you are a lawyer and you're making the claim that private servers are legal, then you're a really shitty lawyer, or you have absolutely no experience in intellectual property law. Emulators are not legal. In this person's opinion, yeah, emulators are legal. No, they're not legal. They can be legal, but they have to be legal under a very specific set of circumstances. Number one, you can make a PlayStation emulator for your computer, a PlayStation 1 or a PlayStation 1, 2, and I believe 3, you'd be able to make an emulator for your PC. But you would never be able to distribute it. Yeah, Turtle WoW just got shut down. But Turtle WoW wasn't a matter of making an emulator. Turtle WoW was making a profitable, a profitable product off of somebody else's intellectual property. You can make an emulator provided the ROM file is your physical hard copy of the game and you haven't shared it. And that's the piece some of these people don't understand. You didn't buy Ashes of Creation as a product. Technically, you can't say I have every right to access what I paid for, because the truth is you don't have any right to access it. Dawson would be lucky to get 10 cents on a dollar for Ashes. No, Dawson could get a little bit more than that. The art assets themselves have significant potential value, and what I've been told by a person I trust inside of Intrepid, who has no reason to lie to me, is that the dynamic gridding works. It's just not in a healthy position to try to be licensed or distributed. But the person says it works. But then you'd have to hire on the team leads to get it buttoned up. And Epic Games has already decided they're doing what Ashes was doing. They've now decided to build dynamic gridding into the engine. Well, that's not going to go too well for you if you're stuck in a lawsuit for a number of years while somebody else is building the exact same thing you are, and they have the support team to carry it. Dynamic gridding is their ability to have automatic rapid expansion of grid controllers so that as fights get larger, you don't have the EVE Online problem of the game turning into a slideshow or people disconnecting as they try to do a seamless transition from one grid controller to another grid controller. What the grid controller can do is it can offload non-essential actors in a specific geographic area to a new controller, while meanwhile keeping seamless the the top level things that have to happen between controllers, like chat, like guild chat, world chat, Instead of breaking you out into a self-contained instance, it's designed to keep you fluid, so that your feel that your belief is that you're always constantly immersed into the same world. And it works. According to the person that I trust inside Intrepid, it works. It's just not in a state where it's shippable. It doesn't have the appropriate documentation. It doesn't have the appropriate, and it would need a support team. It's not something that you can one and done, hit a button. Star Citizen is as well, but the problem is Star Citizen's solution wouldn't be really shippable because if what Intrepid Studios was building would work for anybody building an Unreal Engine 5. What Star Citizen is building, you would now have to use their engine. But as the person told me said, it's not there. It's there and it works for Ashes of Creation, but it's not in a shippable it's not in a shippable format. So they have approximately potentially 5 million in art assets that they could potentially sell on the Unreal Engine Fab store. And over the course of 5 years, they might get they might get 5 million back. How did ArcAge do it 10 years ago? Okay, so what you have to remember is you say, how did ArcAge do it? That's a great question. ArcAge had loading screens if you teleported. If you moved from one non-interconnected grid to another, you had a loading screen. So when you teleported home, or you went through a teleport portal, or you went through the portal from Austera to Diamond Shores, you had a loading screen because you moved from one non-connected grid to the other. But what people confuse is having a single world that you can traverse without having loading screens isn't the same as having a dynamic gridding where if a fight happens, the grid controllers get expanded and you don't have death by PowerPoint. When you had castle sieges in ArcAge, you were limited to 70 versus 70 because that was a hard limitation placed by the developers to account for 140 people, 140 mounts, 140 battle pets, siege equipment, towers, castle wall physics, all of those things combined. So they said our grid can handle X number of millions of factors per Y time interval. So we're going to cap it at 140 participants because 140 participants and all their summons, pets, mounts, etc. can't exceed the grid's ability to process. The problem is Ashes wanted to have more than 140 people. This is where I talked about dynamic gridding works, but a better solution is content density management. Instead of having 500 people in one castle siege, have 5 different instances, each one of them contributing to the fight. And they're like, or build, Aurora PowerPoint castle griefing or castle grabbing, because there were 1,000 people trying to plant the initial flag capture. Absolutely. What was the other one? Abyssal. Remember Abyssal in ArcAge? When it first came out, you'd have 1,000 people, boats, battle pets, fights. Well, you would sail away from a blob, and as you got further away from the blob, performance got better. Well, that was because you seamlessly transitioned from one grid controller to another grid controller. So you got the main grid controller at the center island where everybody's fighting, and it's like, there's 500 people here. I can't process all this. My response time slows down. You go into PowerPoint because I can't keep up with factoring all this. Meanwhile, you go out to one of the other subcrystals and you're right back to real time. That's dynamic gridding is a great idea, but you still have a finite number of people that can operate on that grid. That finite number of people becomes your absolute hard cap. We can't have fights that are bigger than this. Our grid starts to shit the bed at 3 million computations per minute. Just throwing out random numbers. At 3 million computations per minute, our gridding system starts to shit the bed. So what do? We limit the total number of participants so that they can't exceed 3 million computations per minute. Yeah, we're years away from having massive battles in an open world that don't turn into a PowerPoint. EVE Online is the same way. You can be in a system in EVE Online that has totally gone into fucked up levels of tie-dye. As soon as you make the jump out of system, you're on a new grid controller and combat returns to real time. And that's ultimately how it should work. And according to the person inside of Intrepid, their dynamic gridding works well enough that it was going to be implemented fully in March. That was their timeline. And the person that was working on it said I was working on it every single day and it worked. So that's a good thing. It's a bad thing for them because they can't sell it. Because it's not in a pushable, launchable state. And no insult to Rob Dawson intended, but he doesn't seem like a gamer. He doesn't seem like the words are going to carry as much weight. Like, for example, he doesn't know the difference between action combat and tab combat. He doesn't understand the concept of open world griefing versus arena fighting, because unless he's a gamer and we don't know it. But he doesn't seem like a gamer because it doesn't seem like somebody who's a gamer would have thrown that much money in. Ooh, baby, come here. Are you a good one? Nope, you're a 3-1. You suck. And so I do feel bad. I feel bad for the employees who got screwed. And the people who designed it need a job, so Intrepid's dynamic gridding is about to get a whole lot less valuable. Yeah, because if you have a job... Oh, okay, we'll kill your level 75 spider ass. EVE's tie-dye system is pretty impressive for 20-plus-year-old game, though. 20 years ago, having it for massive battles was incredibly impressive. Yeah, absolutely. EVE's solution is elegant. Instead of them setting a hard cap to how many people you could put in the system, which then would have drastically impacted how battles went, they came up with the time dilation. It's a very elegant solution to a very annoying problem, but it's very good. It wouldn't be well received in a fantasy-based MMO. Also, I don't know how Steven, as a EVE or as a Arcage player, didn't understand this idea. Having really, really big fights is great, but we were already seeing it in Ashes of Creation. What we were seeing was mage balls were already becoming the what the fuck. If you're gonna have huge fights and it's gonna be mage balls, then just play Arcage. Yeah, the organization could call EVE devs to spin up servers when you went to war. Alliance leaders could file a report to say, in 3 days' time, we plan on having a major siege in this system. Can this system get put on a dedicated server so that we can put more people in it? And the devs were like, yeah. If you're the Alliance leader, you can put that in. So the first day they would spin down the cluster, separate those out, then they would all get put on their own hardware for the second down part, the second time they had downtime. So the Eve devs knew, hey, we're gonna have to do some manual hand jamming here because full automation isn't reliable. If Eve Online had dynamic gridding that could automatically divert resources to systems that the population rapidly increased, Eve Online would have been amazing. It would have been fucking amazing. Real-time expansion of fights to 7,000 pilots. Yeah, people want open world battles, then bitch about why it's just Zergs. Because they don't understand that the reality is, this isn't Crusader Kings, where you go into battle with just your knights and they stack wipe 100,000 troops. Look, 100,000 troops, your knights may kill a lot of them, but you're going down. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to finish this one either. I don't have enough ammo. Everybody else left. It's fine. Unfortunate side effect of the P90 is you burn through thousands of rounds of ammo. But no, I feel bad. I feel bad for the employees who are fucked. The employees are fucked. A lot of those employees are struggling to find jobs. A lot of those employees can't find work because the game industry is just not very strong right now. Like, you're talking about senior people on Intrepid's team that can't find work. Which makes me feel terrible for people. Like, nobody should ever have to be in fear of not being able to feed their kid or their kid's medical treatment getting paid for because you have El douchebag that decides to lie and cheat and steal and pilfer money. And maybe he didn't pilfer money, but man, you got an awful lot of stuff in this ledger. And of course Steven discredits the ledger. But the question is, okay, well, if you were the secretary of the company for all those years, where's your copy of the ledger? Where's your copy of the company taxes? Would you even hire them before this court mess is sorted? No. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I wouldn't hire anybody from Intrepid Studios while all this court mess is going on, because the juice ain't worth the squeeze. There's a 5-5, baby. Come here. What'd you get? Is the new guy a 5-5? Come here. Come here. 5-5 with 1+. Just keep watching. We're eventually gonna do it again. Now I gotta clear out deviations. If that's not the real copy, is the real copy worse or better? Damn straight question. Damn straight question. If that's not the real copy, is the real copy worse or better? Steven had some talented people working for him, but he also had some people that had no fucking business being in the position they were in. Yeah, one of the things that a senior person told me is Steven did not allow the development team, the team leaders, to have final say. Steven had final say on almost everything. That is very unheard of. Normally, the team leads some level of autonomy. Five. I think that's enough. We'll put you in the box for right now. I still have your Doc Raven, by the way. Yeah, it was bad management. And that I could never figure out why Steven didn't want more advice. Steven didn't want more advice on efficiencies because I messaged him on a number of occasions, and I sent him things on a number of occasions that were like, look, man, you have inefficiencies here. Yeah. Karthos' friend left Intrepid because he was going to get paid more and he didn't have to deal with micromanagement. Micromanagement, like, give an example. I'm like, oh, motherfuck. Micromanagement. I had a boss who was I had numerous bosses that were micromanagers in the military. But luckily, my bosses were people. I had one boss who was a micromanager, and I said to him one time, I said, sir, either trust me to do the job or relieve me. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, sir, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you don't have the shred code for contingency operations. You came up as a non-contingency planner, and then you got grandfathered into being a senior LRO. He said, yeah. I said, you can't do my job. You can't jump in right now and be the IDO. You can't be the installation deployment officer because you don't know how. I said, you're second guessing me based on the inputs of an individual who failed their last 2 contingency exercises. I said, I understand that individual is a captain and I'm a lieutenant, and I understand, but I've been trained on how to do this since I was a sergeant. I said, I have a direct line to my mentor at headquarters. I will not fuck up, but please don't micromanage me. If you feel you need to micromanage me, then please just replace me. I'll sit in an office with the least amount of responsibilities, but I can't function if I'm being micromanaged. Because I don't have time to tell you what I'm going to do and why I'm going to do it. Over time, when we're not in a fucking real world situation or in an exercise situation, I will teach you everything you want to know, but please don't micromanage me. And he was a cool guy. He's like, okay, well, if you fuck up, it's on you. I can't give you top cover. Cool. No problem. I'm good with that. Just leave me to fuck alone and let me do my job. This guy hated everybody. He got along great with me. Sir, I will not fuck up. I will not fuck up your signature. I won't cost you bad reputation. Nothing. Just please don't micromanage me. I cannot function in a micromanaged environment. And he was cool with it. He was absolutely cool with it. He's like, okay. He's like, don't fuck up. No problem, sir. Not planning on it. No fuck ups here, sir. Steven had no business ever telling anybody what they should or should not be doing. He had no experience in game development. He had no experience. I can't find any experience that Steven Sharif ever had a job other than working for his mom. And that's a big fucking deal. You never had any sort of job other than working for mommy. You sold Zango. He said, oh, I made my money in real estate. You made your money in real estate and yet you cocked up your own fucking personal home sale? I don't think you were that good at real estate then. And I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for a lot of you. And I mean this. A lot of you put money into Steven's dream. And the truth of the matter is, you lost money. If you couldn't afford to lose it, then you were a dumb fuck for putting the money in. But some of you lost money believing in somebody else's dream. And arf, he fucked you. And I feel bad for a lot of you. because that's a shitty deal. Oh yeah, that's because when I had to move. Of course, just before I hit exit, it catches. There we go. We've been losing morality as a society for decades. Things got worse much quicker with the internet. Oh yeah. It's fucking terrible. You lost 1,100, but there was a chance. I lost 2,000 in total. But, I made 33,000 through PGN, for PGN. So me personally, I'm down 2,000. The company's up 33,000. So 15 times, more than 15 times return. I can't really be upset. I can't really be mad. It was good. It was good for the company. But I find it funny that Steven still has so many sycophant bootlickers. There are still some people that are repeating the narrative that Steven is the victim here. I don't get that. I don't get that in the slightest. Like, believing Steven is the victim. That's a little over the top. And it kind of sucks because Arcade Chronicles is going to come out this year. Are you sure it's not bots or like 10 people using alts? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, no, these aren't just random comments. These are well, I don't know what's going on fully because yesterday a person showed up on my show, or Thursday someone was on my show. They sent 100 messages during my show, and then I found out their account was only made the day before. Sounds like Steven. Karthos has already picked up Steven on a different username because Steven thinks that he's the smartest guy in the room, which is really the comical part. Steven constantly believes he's the smartest guy in the room. Maybe if he had listened to the smarter people in the room, he wouldn't have lost his company. Steven's not the smartest guy in the room. Not by a Kentucky mile. Yeah, Steven writes in a very distinct way. Like a very distinct way. And I don't think he understands that. If I have it to guess, Steven was used to living off an allowance, and with Ashes finally got his hands on a decent chunk of money and just wanted to project someone living a baller lifestyle. I think you're right. Like, I had a job where part of my job was entertaining clients. And my company paid for my apartment because I was their marketing director. They paid for my apartment. They paid for my suits. They paid for my expensive watch. I had a company car. And the one thing that I constantly would remind myself about is this isn't your money. This isn't your money. This isn't yours. This is a mask. This is a facade. This is an illusion meant to create the perception of wealth. But that's what marketing is. You got to have successful people at the top. If you're trying to land new clients, you got to take them out to the expensive meals, because they have to feel that you have so much disposable income that that's not an issue for you. Well, the issue becomes if you forget that this is all, if you forget you're living an illusion, then it becomes easy for you to start thinking you're entitled. Like I worked at a company, and over the summer, clients would bring their kids to Chicago. Hey, Brandon. Clients would bring their kids to Chicago. As long as their kid was above the age of 13, I would often say to the parents, I'd say, hey, while you're going to be busy working all day, I know you brought your kid to Chicago with you so that you could like see some sights and stuff. What do you think about me taking your kid up to Six Flags for the day so that you can really have a good breakout one-day work session where you can really drive home a lot of the work you need to get done? And then after that, the rest of the days that you're here, you know, you'll be in great shape to only be doing partial days and see the sights, go to the zoo, go to the Shed Aquarium, do all the shit Chicago has to offer. A lot of times, the person would be like, yeah, that sounds great. And so I'd go to my boss and I'd say, hey, I'm going to have to expense out a Six Flags pass or a Six Flags ticket. My boss would be like, that's fine, just write it up appropriately. Marketing expense: entertaining client's child at Six Flags during the day while client is in a breakout session. There's nothing illegal about that. There is nothing illegal about that. It is a marketing expense. Write it up with childcare for customer's client. Boom. Where people start to get stupid about it is where they start saying, oh, well, I'm bringing a friend with me to help me watch these kids, so I'm going to pay for their ticket with the company money too. No, that person's not an employee. So that person should not be, my friend shouldn't be getting paid for by my company. And they never did. I bought my friend's ticket. Like I would, if there was a client had a 13-year-old kid, I'd go through my friends list and I'd say, hey, can I borrow your kid? They'd be like, for what? Be like, can I take it? And then yes, and that's the next part of it. As long as your company can afford it. If your company can't afford the expense, you shouldn't be incurring these bullshit expenses. And that's where Steven is going to have a lot of explaining to do. Why do you have 77,000 in food? New player here, trying to find out more about Once Human endgame. Currently undecided between this and Division 2. Quite different games, both seem fun. So what I will tell you about Once Human's endgame is that Once Human doesn't have a singular endgame. Once Human has a number of different scenarios. So you have Manibus, which is what I'm currently playing. You have SCP, which is like Pokemon Pale World crossover. Endless Dream is a more dystopian Orwellian horror scenario. Way of Winter used to be a little bit more of a survival scenario, but they kind of took some of the survival out. They're still renovating it. Prime vs. Clash and Evo's Call are 2 of the 3 PvP scenarios. And then the novice scenario is where I recommend everybody start because it's a good way to get your feet underneath you. You'll notice up here this flashing thing that says Raid Zone. That's the 3rd PvP scenario, but it's on its own independent build so that it's more like Rust or DayZ in the equality of start. As far as the end game, right now, the end game is pretty weak. The end game is acquiring mods. I don't play this game every day. I play this game a couple of times a week. The honest truth is, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep playing because yeah, they are spreading themselves incredibly thin with all these different scenarios instead of them focusing on making one really good scenario. They have decided to have a bunch of various ones. The big problem comes in, the main piece of content took less than 60 minutes for me and my partner to clear our weeklies. I've had a max set of mods for a very long time. I have one mod left to upgrade, and what I don't like about it is like 17 level 17 is the best you can get. 17, that's a 5/5 from the old system, so it's because I can only farm lunar really painfully slow. I'll have to wait for the next lunar cycle. That's a 16 on the old system, which I thought I had gotten a better one. Oh no, but I haven't gotten that one in 17, so I have 2 left to get. Oh, that's right. I'm doing the pants first though, because mask is so much more difficult to get reliable. So yeah, they're essentially trying to make several different games instead of one singular game. You remember Kira saying Arcage is rough around the edges. How would Kira know? Did Kira get invited to the Korean beta? I have no idea how Kira would know. I'm not saying Kira doesn't know. I would have to know. I would have to know how Kira comes to that conclusion. But we have Arcage at the end of this year. We have Chrono Odyssey at the beginning of next year. And then unfortunately, I don't see where we're going with video games. If I stop playing this, would you start playing something else? That's a great question. I am at the point where Once Human will get no more of my money because I really dislike the direction they've gone in about the last 6 months. The Riot MMO might be good, but the Riot MMO is at least 4 years away. At least 4. There's no way the Riot MMO comes any faster than 4. I'm not excited about the new Arcage. I'm an old school tab target person. Seems like another action RPG to me. Well, it is, because that's where, unfortunately, that's where the money is. They're not going to build something that doesn't have the good money. And as much as I don't like it, action combat is where the money is. Soulframe. I will check out Soulframe, but I will not be able to check out Soulframe. Hold on. It's WrestleMania for my daughter, so I gotta answer some text. I will play Soulframe, but I'll have to make sure I'll have to make sure that I test it with my... I need an access code for Soulframe. If you have one, I will check it out. I'll have to just make sure. Warframe has caused me to have seizures. I do suffer from seizures, which is why sometimes you guys will see me. I'll abruptly get out. I'll abruptly get up because I have to get away from the computer and take meds. Warframe is the only game that I've had 2 straight full seizures with. So because of that, I can't play. It's a wonderful game, but I've had to, the one night I nearly hurt myself fairly badly having a seizure because I didn't realize I was about to have one. I knew something was wrong. I got up, I made it as far as the kitchen. I managed to get my left hand on the kitchen table and guide myself to the floor. And then I had a seizure. And that was the second one I had. So then I promised my spouse I wouldn't play Warframe anymore. And I really liked it. I really, really did like the game. I like the premise of that game a lot. But I can't afford to have, why am I doing that? I need to sell these, not discard them. It doesn't have the same fast flash of combat? Yeah. Here's a great question. Do I think Crowland fucked the ArcAge community, or do I think it was out of his hands? Crowland fucked the ArcAge community. Crowland absolutely fucked the ArcAge community. Because Crowland chose to lie. When I ask a question, I will be the first to admit, I am a dickhead. Right? I am a dickhead with how I ask questions. 100% absolutely. I am a dickhead. Crowland took questions that were ironclad and answered them in such a way so that he could allow his company to weasel out of real answers. Crowland answered some things about Tryon that were complete lies because other Tryon employees said how Crowland answered that was a complete lie. You can send it to me on Discord. You can email it to me. There's my email. Send it to me on Discord if you have my Discord. Maybe I'll do a 2 for tomorrow. I got to do a advertising tomorrow. Got to do an advertising campaign. Do I remember when I have seizures? I'm aware of the loss of time, but I am not aware of what occurs when I'm having a seizure. You said you disagree with starting novice. I recommend regular mechanics once you get KVD or Boom Boom or Abyssal Glance. Well, yeah, but I don't run those builds, so I find starting Elemental build is a bad idea because Elemental build doesn't scale very well until you get until you start having all your gear at 6-star. You need your weapon at 6-star and all your gear at 6-star for Elemental builds to really shine. Instead, I always recommend people start with a like the P90 or the Coercion or the Kuma or the Bramini, because those weapons, now that we can switch stars on weapons, you get one weapon at 6-star, and then as you get your guild gear ready throughout your first season, by the time you go to your second season, you'll be able to finish out your 6-star gear set. Now that we can blueprint conversion, it's really easy because you get one piece of 6-star gear, and if you have 18 transfers, you have 18 pieces of 6-star gear. That's something I don't particularly like about what they did, but they didn't ask me. Yeah, Crowland now works on Aeon 2 Global, and that automatically meant I will never even look at Aeon 2 Global. I will not look at Aeon 2, even though I heard Aeon 2 was basically pay to win 2. I wouldn't look at Aeon 2 at all because they chose Crowland to be the representative to the Western market, and I can't handle the idea of having to listen to Crowland again. They nerfed the corrosion mask. Blueprints, armor, mask. You mean the gas mask? After triggering power surge, crit rate 35, power surge coefficient 15. Oh yeah, they definitely did. Yep. I mean, the crit rate of 35%, I'll take. Ooh. Corrosion with Mr. Wish. 8 seconds of not having to reload. I am gonna do this though, because this is for the lulz. Doombringer, I have done with Mr. Wish. Doombringer is good, but it requires you to have a very specific set of stats, which isn't a big deal, but yeah, you could do it that way. Bingo with Mr. Wish at plus 75% weapon damage is pretty disgusting. Being able to rapidly fire bingo for several seconds without having to reload, very nice. Very illegal, but very nice. Wonder how Memento would do. Yeah, that one. If you popped Memento, well, doesn't Memento reloads, doesn't it? It's been a minute since I've run that. Every time you trigger fast gunner, 1 bullet is reloaded. Whenever a weapon fire hits, there's 45% chance to trigger fast gunner, 80% with a weak spot hit. Oh, but that's right. But Memento then has, each shot has the 50% chance to consume 1 more bullet and gain a plus 100% attack. Yeah, it's 5 shot. Well, it's not a 5 shot. It's not a 5 shot. It's not a 5 shot. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean it's a 5 shot? I don't believe in such constraints. 5 shots. What do you mean? What's this 5 shit? I don't know what this 5 shit is. You're about to be mad at me. Pretty sure Memento isn't supposed to have a drum. Only 8. $354,000 without even the keyword item or anything. Just half-assing that. Between Voodoo Doll or Zapcam, which do I like between the two? Between the two, I like Zapcam. But more and more I'm starting to see the value of the Voodoo Doll. I run Mr. Wish. You turned in, did you miss any juicy AOC drama? Yeah, we've been talking about AOC for most of the 3 hours of the show. Just different bits and bobs and points. Oh. This is so dumb. 409,000 without reloading. What we're gonna do just for the giggles. Just for the giggles. New. Oh, that's what I have, right? Oh, yeah, but I don't use that because I don't mark. I think so. Give or take. And we got to take this one off because we don't use the crit rate one on this. Because this particular weapon we want to do weak spot with. $752,000. 752,000 with out reloading. Keep in mind, that's 752,000 with, I believe, copper ammo. Yeah. That's 752,000 with copper ammo. Here we go. That's just Almost 1 million damage without reloading. With that mod, United We Stand with violent suffix sounds like the most American sounding gun mod. Yeah, United We Stand. Fucking. That's so bad. It's so fucking accurate, but it's still so fucking bad. So yeah, that you could probably do some damage with that. I wonder, since with Ave carries evaluations to users in the projection decks, could the same valuations be used against Steven for him banning customers from subreddit, Discord, and damages? No. The thing is that Steven, in their terms of service, they say they can ban you for any and all reason, including no reason. If they say that you can ban, if they can ban you for any and all reason, including no reason, then it doesn't matter. You can be as pissed off about it as you want, but it's well within their right to do. Now, where Steven could potentially run into a problem is people could claim that if there is some sort of settlement in the future, people could claim, oh, well, Steven Sharif banned me, thus blocking my ability to properly access news updates as to what was going on. But it is what it is. Is it under NDA next? Will I be able to stream it, or will it be I have to keep it to myself? Because anything I can stream, I'm always excited about. But no, the Steven Sharif saga is going to be fucking glorious. It's going to be glorious. He has completely and totally, thoroughly fucked himself in terms of goodwill and cheer. Although the sad part is, like I said, there's an awful lot of people that still love him, still revere him. But it's also, like I said, my big problem with a lot of people in the Ashes of Creation community is that they don't know the first thing about law, and yet they base their opinions based on how life aligns with their less than thorough understanding of the law. Well, if that ledger was real, why hasn't Robert Dawson admitted it in evidence? Because Robert Dawson hasn't had need to admit it yet, because it's not the right time and place for him to be admitting stuff like that. Like, sounds like I've been peeking. I don't watch Dusty Y. I don't watch him. While some people can say that I have a ulterior motive and I'm not unbiased, he is definitely not unbiased. My understanding of his story is that he pivoted to be a full-time content creator, and he was up and coming, and then when Ashes fell apart, like everybody else, his numbers dipped, and he puts a spin on it. He's trying to remain as the positive content creator to try to hold market share of that, the positive market. There's nothing wrong with that. But at some point you have to say to yourself, realistically speaking, am I shilling for this company? And I would have to say, if your truly unbiased belief is equals Steven equal victim, Big Daddy Dawson equal bully, then I don't think you're being unbiased. If your opinion is they're all shitheads, then cool. You think they're all shitheads, they're all shitheads. I'm going to agree with you. No problem. But you start, like, you have the belief that Steven was wronged. Okay, well, what about the $21 million in sales they made? What about that? What about the $21 million in money that they took from consumers so that he could get DoorDash? And again, if you were really rich, why are you running your money? And his too long didn't read is Steven still tried when no one else did. Steven literally fucked one entire plan, which is what irritates me about people saying Steven still tried. The board was going to develop the game. They were going to fire over 100 people, but they still had every intention of attempting to build the game. Now, they were going to build a clusterfuck, without a doubt, but the board was still going to build the game. I hope when Once Human comes to console and gets more people playing, they do more content. I don't know, maybe events tied to each visual wheel. Yeah, it would be nice if they did visual wheel content, and it would also be nice if they would go back and expand on Manibus and make Manibus, Way of Winter, and this new zone all connected. $110 people, or however many could have been left, could have still finished, sure. No, they couldn't have. Just so everybody is clear, from people inside Intrepid, there was no way that the plan was going to work. The people inside Intrepid said, we were never going to be able to get this game buttoned up by September. There was just too much left to work on. Oh yeah, they wanted to have the game launched by September. And the thing is, Steven went along with that plan. The game needed not 90%. The game needed about 80% of the biomes. It needed about 60% of the world. Yeah, they said we need $800,000. They said we need $800,000 in order to finish the game. Steven's looking at wire fraud and defrauding customers, because he said we have no investors in the middle of the Kickstarter campaign. In the middle of the Kickstarter campaign, he said, I've invested $2 million of my own money. Well, those statements were made while you were running a crowdfunding. It's why I think crowdfunding for MMORPGs needs to be not allowed. Code sent where? I don't have a code from you. Because I just checked Discord because you said for the app to clear. I don't have a code from you. Where did you send it? You joined the server. Got it. You sent it via email. Okay. Check my email. Oh, I got it. Yep. Report not spam. Yep, I have it. Sent me a screenshot on Discord if I want to laugh from their Kickstarter in hindsight. We have accounted for all these unknowns in our budget and schedule, but in the event that is not enough, we will be open. Oh my God, we will be. Oh fuck, that's awesome. Thank you for that. That is gonna be. That is the net. Thank you for that. That is fucking awesome. We will be open and honest about what those challenges are. Boom. Arf, arf, got him. We're gonna be open and honest until we're not gonna be open and honest. And then Zybek found Steven bragging about his Warhammer collection to me. And then we find out that he paid somebody to paint that army. Like, and there's no shame in that. There's no shame in paying somebody to paint your Warhammer army. You spend an awful lot of money on your Warhammer army, you want it to look good. I'm not a good painter. When I played Warhammer, I played with my buddy's army. He painted it. When we would go to tournaments and playthroughs and stuff, one time I did really well, and I placed, and I just looked over at him. I said, "What box do you want me to grab?" And he's like, "Grab whatever you want." I said, "No, what do you want me to grab? It's your army. It's your army. Tell me what to grab." So I grabbed if Blood Angels is right, I think that was the set that he wanted. It was the set that was up there, and the other guy wasn't taking it, so I took that one for him. I love the idea of Warhammer, but I never really wanted to buy my own armies because I didn't enjoy the idea of painting my own armies, because I can't do precision painting work. I like playing. A good time. It's more complicated than fucking calculus, though. But that's hilarious. We promise to be open and honest. And the sad part is, if Steven had just been honest with people, if Steven had just said, "Guys, these are the challenges the company is facing at the moment," people would have loaned him money. People would have given him money. He could have bought off a lot of these loans that he's under by just, like, doing crowdfunding. Just doing other bits and bobs. I'm gonna take a real quick break and then we'll talk about what some of those are. Be right back. Sorry about this. I had to having a back spasm. If you have back spasms, get your doctor to pay to have your insurance pay for one of these. You can see it. I'm gonna pop out to the bigger camera so if you guys can see how bad the spasms are. Thank you. Oh, you can't see it because I have a whole black. I have a shirt. Oh my god, these spasms are so terrible. Like my whole arm is just jumping. That's when you saw me earlier when I tried to sit up. The whole left side of my body. Yeah, I'm dancing at the club. I gotta exhaust the muscle and then I can put it on an easier setting. But this is my life. I have a dual channel tens unit that a lot of times is on all day. I gotta get the muscle. I'm trying to drive like this. We're gonna laugh. I don't care. I'll laugh at myself. I don't give a shit. It's so bad. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to aim like this. So fucking terrible. Exhausted now. It's better. I know a guy. Gentlemen, this is a painful story, so if you internalize harm, you may not want to listen. One of my sergeants in the military, he got junk tagged. He got backhanded in the nuts. And it's so fucking horrible for this guy. He got backhanded in the nuts. And his testicles were in such bad shape. He had to have internal tens unit ports, like wireless, inserted into his scrotum. And because he was doubled over in pain all the time. Could you imagine your buddy just backhanding you in the nuts and breaking your shit? Could you imagine, like, you'd have to be pissed off, right? You'd have to be angry. You'd have to be like, what the fuck is your problem? I just couldn't believe that happened to him. I was just like, are you serious? Is this like, am I being punked right now? I'm reading this fucking incident report and I'm like, are you for real? And yeah, like, because my guys would sometimes prank me, right? My guys would sometimes prank me with these bullshit things. I'd be like, what the fuck? But no, the one day my superintendent came to me and he's like, LT, you're going to be pissed off. And I'm like, why am I going to be pissed off? And he told me what happened. And I was like, why? What did I do? Why are you guys doing this to me? So the rocket launcher can't equip any of the old mods. The rocket launcher doesn't have any specific stats on it. Oh. It won't let me click mod on it anyway. You guys are about to see some stupid shit when it comes to these rocket launchers. What game is this? This game is called Once Human. This game has been out for coming upon 2 years, launched. It's not a bad open world survival game. Except it's lost a lot of its survival. After they took out the majority of the survival aspects, they've tried to turn it. Why don't you play Arc Raiders like all the other kids? Because I don't like Arc Raiders. Because at the end of the day, I'm not a huge fan of extraction shooters, especially extraction shooters that are by a company that turned around and said, well, the PvP is a part of the game, and then because they knew their game was going to sink, they turned around and said, okay, we'll give PvEers their own server. If you don't understand that what you were trying to do was a shitty idea in the first place, and then you change it because of money. I'm not against companies making money. As a business owner, I understand companies need to make money. I want companies to make money. But when you turn around, and you don't know what you're building and you're not going to stand by what you're building, then I don't really want to play your game. No, he never made a statement that some of the Kickstarter money would be set aside and wouldn't be touched. If he had made that statement, I would have known. Plus, it's not really a statement you're going to make, because if you publicly state that the Kickstarter money will be set aside in case you have to do refunds, then what the fuck do you need the money for? Ooh, so this guy has 10 rockets take out a lower, an easy mode, but this guy is going to take probably, I imagine he would probably take 100 rockets. Yeah, I imagine it would take 100 rockets to do. Although I should have had Mr. Wish out while I was shooting that as well. Go to town, boys. Go to town, little rockets. Go to little turrets. Look at that. Little turrets. So they tanked because of PvEers? No, they tanked because of griefers. Extraction shooters are great until you get killed by the exit by somebody who literally just wants to be a shitbird. What people have to understand is that griefing isn't a net sum zero. It's a net loss. What people don't recognize is when you deliberately choose to grief in a game, that's fine if that's your play style. But your play style doesn't just impact a character, it impacts a paying customer. And this is what game companies don't understand. If you allow people to unrestrictedly grief, that is a choice. But that is a choice that we have documented time and time and time and time and time again that you are going to have a problem with your player base retention because some players are not going to stay in the game if they get griefed all the time. So, for example, EVE Online, Goon Swarm will periodically go into HiSec and do the Hulkageddon campaign where they kill all the people that are just in HiSec mining. That's fine. It's their right to do. It's a game that the denial of resources is an important part of the game. But every time somebody happens, or every time you kill a Hulk pilot, you're assuming that player will buy a new ship and go back at it. It's also very likely that what that player will do is say, fuck it, I'm done. It was a good run. I'm not gonna play this game anymore. And where the issue is the players have to understand, if you drive 100 players out of the game with your antics, that's $1,500 a month that the company doesn't make. And if that's $1,500 a month the company doesn't make just because of you, then you might be in a situation where you and your friends have driven out too many paying customers for the game to stay healthy and viable. EVE Online, millions of people have made EVE Online accounts. They only have about 30,000 concurrent players. Well, 30,000 concurrent players isn't a lot of people. This is something Steven never really understood with his version of the corruption system. You are correct. Steven did not get it. And the reason Steven did not get it was Steven believed that what players wanted was consequences. Steven didn't understand that a consequence to a player doesn't help me because it's the same thing as laws against murder don't help the victim. And people are like, oh, well, justice is served. Justice is served for the family, not for the victim. EVE Online just added new starter area that prevents PvP, where it's HiSec and bars peace. Yeah, but here's the problem with that. That's a great idea, but it's 20 years too late. They needed to put that into the game 20 years ago. And the reason why is you design HiSec so that people can work in HiSec freely. But then what you do is you limit what's available. Like, and I'm not saying all of HiSec. 1.0, 0.9 systems, completely safe. Level 1 and shitty level 2 missions only. Veldspar. Tritanium and pyrite only, and only small rock sizes. And if you really want to make no mining barges. Mining barges aren't allowed to be built there, made there. So if you do all that, players have somewhere to go when they get their teeth kicked down their throat to start to recover. But you're not creating an area that people can go and radically change the economy of the game, but you're giving people a place to go where, for example, when my daughter was born, Friday nights I couldn't do low sec roaming parties because Friday nights was the day that I got home from work and I watched my kids so my wife could get some sleep, right? Let me mine in a section where if my daughter starts crying or needs to be changed or needs her oxygen tube detangled, that I don't have to worry about getting killed by somebody because I look away from the screen for 3 minutes. That's a good idea. Where it becomes a bad idea is where they can do that and they can hide in sections of the world and be completely immune to consequence. We don't want to do that either. Somebody said, makes sense, I quit Lineage 2 back in the day after a Chinese gold farmer tricked me into going red and losing my gear. Steven never understood this. And it's pretty clear now that Steven didn't understand it because Steven doesn't understand the idea of consequences. You don't want people to stop playing your game because they feel bad. You want people to have avenues that cause them to keep playing. Like, in 7 years of streaming, nobody has ever presented me with even a passable argument for what non-consensual PvP adds to the mix. And I'm not being funny, I'm not being facetious. Literally nobody has ever proven to me what it adds. Give me 1 second. So the problem with that is, if you have a person who is so arrogant that they won't even consider an alternative, then you're never going to be able to you're never going to have that person making good decisions because they think that they're right and that nobody else can be right. Hold on, this isn't the right chord. I'll be 1 second. So, do I think ArcAge's version of it was fine? No, I don't think ArcAge's version of it was fine either. And the reason why I don't think ArcAge's version of it is fine is because if you were popular in your faction, people would vote you not guilty. Because your trial was held by your faction. If you were popular in your faction and people would vote you not guilty, off you go. And even functions as an ISK sink. It does function as an ISK sink. But what I'm saying is, notice I didn't say, for Eve specifically, I didn't say Eve Online's system wasn't good. I pulled out one very specific part of their system and said, this part of their system is bad. Yes, I think it is bad that when you are in a 1.0 system, you can be killed and there is very little consequence. I think that is a bad system. Because if I'm in a 1.0 system, I'm probably there because I've suffered a loss, I'm trying to recover ISK, or I'm a new player. You shouldn't, if you're going to say Concord is a thing and it provides protection in high-sec areas, then you can't have 50 people all use a frigate to inflict 1 billion ISK worth of loss onto a single player. Because then what you do is you lose the player. If you want to make it so that you limit how much ISK can be made in completely safe zones, like I said, pyrite and titanium only out of that system, no mining barges, level 1 missions only, and that gives shit, I'm completely fucked. Let me go to a place where I'm not completely fucked. Let me try to get my feet underneath me again so I can keep playing. But if you're gonna penalize people for loss, then what you're missing is they're not gonna play. Why does Eve not have 1 million players? Because it's a brutal, unforgiving game. Imagine the difference in Eve's development if instead of having, let's call it, let's assume that they have ×2 their active concurrent base. So let's just do 35,000 ×2 ×15. So they're making $1 million a month. CCP making approximately $1 million a month. How much different would the development arc be if they were making 15 million a month? They have more money, they have more developers, they build more shit. Eve specifically, right? Yeah, systems that make loss painful will always be a niche game. Absolutely. So when you say that to a person like Steven Sharif, he doesn't want to hear it because he doesn't think he's wrong. Arcade shows us that people will quit when you have bullshit rules. Now, as far as being in a peace zone or not, what does a peace zone have to do with it? Let me ask you, what is the ultimate value in Arcade of the other side coming over and being able to kill you in more than half of your faction's map? Now, what if instead of making all of Yenistir's map PvP, when Crimson Raid is running or Grimgas Raid is running, then the boss projects a PvP zone? Okay, well now you're starting to talk a little player agency. Now you're starting to talk a little player choice. I want to do this event, so I understand that my wanting to do this event exposes me to PvP. Cool. Guy is traveling along with some packs. He gets the big warning on his screen. PvP zone in 150 meters, 140 meters, 130 meters. Holy shit, maybe I should stop moving because I'm driving towards the PvP zone. Maybe you want to take Arcade and you want to make it a little bit more sensical. Maybe the 2-pack wagon doesn't turn you into a rolling PvP zone. A little way to transport a little bit of good to make a little bit of money so that you can make constant progression. You have the 2-person wagon, you can't be attacked. But when you go to build your 4-pack wagon, it says, warning, upgrading to the 4-pack hauler will turn all of your trade runs into roaming PvP zones. Yeah, things got worse for casuals when heroes were able to change peace zones to war when they wanted. Stupid idea. If the rest of the game isn't designed around that level of player agency, don't make that level of the game player agency. Because it's not about, I understand what people say, oh well, it's immersion and it should be risk. Great, all your fucking bullshit answers are in the toilet. Why? Because Arcade just shut down. If Arcade was making $200 million a year, would it have shut down? No, the fuck it would not have. People have to remember, your fun and my fun how much fun did you have in game today? If it's not a positive number, you run the risk of losing the player. How much fun did you have today? None. Why? Because I lost my mining ship. How much does that set you back? $1 billion ISK. How long is that going to take you to make? I don't know, because I sold all of my other shit when I got my mining ship. Well, who blew you up? A bunch of 14 to 17 year players who have trillions of ISK in personal storage. What are you going to do? Probably quit. If you look at Dune Awakening, they're realizing that and are giving players the option if they want a PvP in the deep desert or PvP. Right, and so what you do is, and this is where gankers are the loudest. I've noticed over my 7 years of doing this discussion, gankers are the ones that whine the loudest about limitations on PvP, and PvPers love the idea of more structured PvP events. I say instead of this zone being an open PvP zone, world bosses are going to be PvP events. When the world boss spawns, the area around the world boss will be a PvP. And the PvPers are like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. The gankers are like, no, I want to be able to kill people randomly. No, you're a ganker. Nobody gives a shit what you think. Because can the game, and all you gotta do is ask yourself this question. Can a game survive without PvPers? Not very well if it's a PvP-centric game. Can the game survive without PvEers? Generally not in any game, because PvEers are the people who keep the lights on with the bulk subscriptions. Can a game survive without gankers? Yes, absolutely. Guess what, gankers? You better find your ass in one of the other two columns, because in the ganker column, you're not needed. You are not an essential part of a balanced breakfast. And again, if ganking is your playstyle, then why aren't you playing games like Mortal Online 2 that already exist? And again, if the total number of players didn't impact the development capability of the studio, I would say, oh, okay. We've got some stuff going on. But when you lose the player, you lose the income. When you lose the income, the studio suffers. If Ashes, first of all, the Alpha 1 map was never on the roadmap to become the real world map. That pisses me off too, because I don't like having my time wasted. So what did Steven have us even on the Alpha 1 map for? Jerking us off? Shit pisses me off to no end. Why are you wasting our time? Why are you wasting our time testing something that you know isn't the map? But if Ashes had focused on a couple of things, like Steven Sharif referenced in one of those documents, our Fortnite is launching tomorrow. Steven, you couldn't run an ice cream stand. You couldn't run a lemonade stand. Steven couldn't handle giving out fucking snacks after a kid's Little League game. And I don't give a shit if he gets offended. I don't care, because I have not seen one piece of evidence that shows Steven Sharif has ever successfully led a team of people to do anything. His own employees say he sucks ass at being a leader. So if Steven wants to say, oh, I don't think that what you're saying is fair about me, great, then show me where you've successfully been a team lead, a department head, a vice president. Instead, Steven walked in and didn't know, and you don't have to have any experience doing something. As long as when you walk in, you don't act like the smartest guy in the room. Very wonderful human being. His name is Zetrix. He built all of my websites for me. More specifically, he was a great dude. He said, hey man, your websites are shit. And I said, yeah, I know they are, but I'm trying to build websites and be a streamer and be a YouTuber, be all these things. He went and out of the goodness of his heart, built me templates. And then once I had the templates, and I thank Zetrix for this. Zetrix built me a website that I couldn't properly maintain by myself because I didn't understand it. And because of that, I finally had to figure out how to do it myself. Oh, no, he's still a great dude. Zetrix is around. He's living his life now. But because of what, I didn't question Zetrix and why he was choosing to do things the way he was choosing to do them. I looked at what he did and I said, there's no way I can learn how to do this. Let me start over from the beginning and let me rebuild everything in the new way he showed me. Steven Sharif was telling fucking people with 20 years of experience how they should be leading their teams. How the fuck do you manage that? Ironically, his education is in religion and psychology. No, it's not in psychology. Don't let his background isn't in psychology. His background, to my knowledge, is in philosophy in religious studies. I think he went and got an undergraduate degree so that he could learn how to manipulate people and build a cult. This whole in-group, out-group, division only, initiated, understood, the loyal people, the ostracized, it had a lot of cultish stuff. Oh yeah, it did. If Steven had any background, and Steven probably has very limited background in psychology because he probably took Psych 101. But if he had bothered to take Psych 101, he would have learned Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and he would have learned Freud, the id, the ego, and the superego. Steven has such an ego on him that he thinks he's the only person who can possibly be right. And when you believe you're always right and the other side is always wrong, you are now the person with the problem. You are the issue. Because most of the time, mistakes happen back and forth. And I don't think he understood that. Or if he understood it, he didn't want to understand it. He learned the phrase, Dunning-Kruger, which he then used, and then I fucking absolutely shit on him. Because the only reason why he has any experience is because he bought himself a game studio with other people's money. He didn't like it when I said, I have more project management experience than your whole team put together. He didn't like that. Well, tough shit. He surrounded himself with people and then didn't listen to what the people told him. He literally didn't listen to his team leads. His prior technical director left because the technical director got tired of doing things the way he wanted to do them. He just wanted to build the fucking game. Could you imagine somebody leaving because they're tired of you? And they're like, look, man, I didn't come here to do all this bullshit. Oh, non-keyword specific. Come here. Was that my 100th box? Non-keyword specific. Okay. We're going to open... Oh, non-keyword specific. Didn't want a weapon one. I wanted a fucking... God damn it. I wasted my pity. I just got a pity and I got... Oh, shit. Because I was here. Motherfucker. I wish it would tell you more cleanly where you're at. That's okay. Fast gunner. Oh, hold on. That actually will work. Oh no, it won't, because it's going to give me survival. I don't want survival. That's fucking garbage. You can choose... It's supposed to be violent. Survival. General, violent. Okay, so the bullseye, non-keyword, targeted strike, violent. Fear, mask, new, targeted strike, violent. That's the mask. Now I got to do 100 more runs, and I'm just going to do it in the... I'm only running the pants place. Well, now that I have that, I should open up all my mod boxes. He should have just told his team he wanted to achieve and then give his employees the power to accomplish that. Game was based on his D&D campaign. He could have worked on lore in his office. You're right. You are 100% right. You are 1,000,000% right. You are 1,000,000,000% right. Steven should have been sitting in his office. Steven should have been sitting in his office and then writing the lore and then working with the artists on visuals, the things that don't require him to have a skill set, the things that don't require him to have subject matter expertise. And I'm not saying that just because you don't have subject matter expertise, you can't occasionally have an opinion. Like, for example, I'll give you a really great one. A really great example of this just happened to me recently. I had to have a biopsy on the bottom of my right foot. And the biopsy happened. And my right foot was healing. And I said, hey guys, my right foot hurts more now than it did before the biopsy. I sent in a note to my doctor, and the doctor was like, just let it completely heal and then we'll worry about it. And I was like, well, I don't really want to let it completely heal before we worry about it. I kind of want to start worrying about it now because it hurts now. And they were like, well, let us know when it's completely healed. We'll take a look at it. And I was like, I don't like this answer. So I said to my wife, who's a former med tech, former Air Force medic, I said, hey, the bottom of my foot really fucking hurts. And she's like, it's healing. It's going to hurt. You have a dime-sized hole in the bottom of your foot. And I was like, okay. Well, one day I was like, fuck it. There's something in my foot. So my wife looks at it and she's like, holy shit, there is something in your foot. She's like, you have like a piece of calcified, calloused blood, or you have a piece of like cat litter or something is driven up there. Let's get that out. Well, it would have been like, hey, fuckheads, I've been bringing this up for a while. It would have been nice if someone took me seriously. I'm not saying that a non-subject matter expert can never have an opinion, but it's pretty fucking egotistical when you're behaving like you have the right answer when you have no background. Like, my background in what was hurting in my foot is my background. There is a skill set required to write lore and work with artists. No, there's not. Let me stop you there. There is not a skill set required to write lore and work with artists, because that's all subjective. Art isn't work with the artists, not tell the artists how to build what they're building. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying tell the artists how to do it. I'm saying I don't like it. I don't like the way this looks. This isn't the style I'm looking for. I'm not talking about the head of the art department who then starts looking at things and saying, okay guys, what's our poly count gonna be? What's our fidelity rate gonna be? Any of that, because that's not... Yeah, you're right, you need that. But writing lore, there's... Shit, anybody can write lore. Yeah, you have children that write stories. What you're talking about is writing lore and writing the lore in the setting and the genre of a game is not the same as writing a novel. Because when you write a novel, you have pacing, you have climax, you have character development, you have backstory, you have how are you going to handle writing the passage of time? How are you going to handle concurrent events? How are you going to handle chapters? And for example, I think Sarah Moss is a pain in my fucking ass with how she writes. I read her stuff because she writes fantasy. I like fantasy. But she writes stuff where sometimes she writes things one way and sometimes she writes things another way. And you're like, what happened? Because you switched how you're handling time inside of the same book. Writing a novel absolutely requires a skill set. Orson Scott Card, R.R. Martin, Mercedes Lackey, Brandon Sanderson, Robert R. Jordan. Absolutely. Writing a novel, skill set, absolutely. But writing the lore and writing the races, not a huge skill set. Looking at the art and making the art, absolute skill set. Jinsey Jenkins, one of the best. Making the art. But deciding I don't like the art, the subjective, I don't like the size, I don't like the feel. Like, for example, look at the way in this game the character looks appropriately scaled to the environment. When I play this game, I perceive that my character is about the right size to be standing next to a solar panel. I feel that box is right about the right size. In Ashes of Creation, the scaling was fucked up. In Ashes of Creation, it felt like they had the character artists in one silo, the environment artists in another silo, and they never let them talk to each other. They never let them see what the other one was working on. So then you got these areas of the map where rocks on the ground, no shit, legit felt like they were bigger than the foot of the character because all the scaling was wrong. And that is a part of the problem when you don't let your team cook. Yeah, when you write your game design document, you write the base part of the storyline, but it's not the full story. It's the overarching paths. It's the big picture. Right. And then you bring in writers. Yes, absolutely. The big picture lore, like for example, you talk about World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft I can talk about a little bit because I played it. You talk, okay, so what we're gonna have is we're gonna have two factions. Okay, I got it. Two factions. And what are their names? The Alliance and the Horde. Cool. Alliance, Horde, two factions, got it. And we're gonna have races inside of those factions. Okay, cool. What are we gonna have? We're gonna have, okay, so work with me here. What we're gonna have is we're gonna have the blood elves. Okay, we're gonna have the trolls, the orcs, all right, and the Forsaken. All right, now, the Forsaken are gonna have their own little private sort of alternate story. Oh, okay. So we've got this one group that has their own alternative private story. Cool, okay, got it. We're moving on. Well, then you're right. Steven doesn't start writing all of that. Steven's writing the big pictures. He divvies that out to the writing team, the creative team. And then they come back and they're like, okay, check this out. So you wanted the Forsaken, right? Yeah. And you want the Forsaken to be like a little bit different. Cool. Yeah. So we're going to have this character. She's going to be Lady Ophelia. And Steven would be like, love the idea that the leader of the Forsaken is a woman, not really jamming on the name Ophelia. Okay. So they go back and they're like, okay, name. What about Lady Sylvanas? Cool. I like it. Move on. Steven didn't allow anybody to have any authority to do anything without his personal okay. It's why it failed, because Steven's not that clever and he's not that bright. You don't need... My largest issue with Ashes was the composition, because the spawn area, for example, felt off and artificial. You don't need the absolute best models to make something look cool. You just need to assemble a group of buildings in an interesting way. But how you position them in the environment is arguably more important. Yes, you do not everything needs to be gold-plated. Not everything needs to be top of the line. Gucci, Versace, Armani. You can use some basic shit. If we're being honest, Ashes looked washed out. It looked like a 15-year-old game already. It looked old. Yeah, if you don't trust your own workers, you're setting the whole thing up for failure. As I used to tell my sergeants worked on contracts, and my civilians worked on contracts. And what I told them was, I don't have the time in my day to do my job and do your job. So you're doing a $50 million contract review. When you do it, I expect you to do it by the numbers. I expect your review sheet to be included in the folder. And I told people multiple times, I don't give a shit if you don't have a career at the end of this if you fuck up. My door is always open. I know you're trained, you've passed all the classes to be trained, you've got all the certifications to be trained, you're trained. Do your job. If you have a question, come to me. But don't tell me something is done if it's wrong. Say you're lost, you're stuck. And I had people come in who were older than me, who had been doing the job for 15 years longer than me, and they were like, I'm stuck. Okay, walk me through it. Talk me through it. I'm gonna ask some questions. A 50 million contract was too small to even be on my desk. I didn't look at anything under 100 million directly. I just didn't have time. It's not supposed to be some sort of flex. It's like I said the one time, I walked into a room that had about 200 people in it. And what I said was, ladies and gentlemen, there's like 200 people in here. So first and foremost, if your budget request form is for $50,000 or less, just go ahead and put it in this pile and goodbye. And so people were kind of looking at me, and the 50,000 people or less people walked up and dropped their stuff off. And then I said, all right. I put those into an envelope. I said, if your budget request is $500,000 or less, put it up here, put it in a pile, and thanks, that's all I need from you. And one guy came over and he's like, well, I'd really like to explain. I said, if you have to try to explain to me on a $50,000 or a $500,000 contract anything, then I'm just going to deny it because it's not vetted. It's not complete. I said, I have people in this room that are going to be asking for $200 million. I don't have time to worry about your piddly shit, your 500,000. It better fucking just be right. It better be right. And I would vet them and I would look through them and I would either approve them or send them back. Steven didn't know how to do that. Because Steven didn't know how to do the job. I don't know how to do the job. But I know how to gauge results. When I don't know how to when I can't knock you out of the chair and jump in and do the job for you, then what I know is to shut the hell up and let you do the job. To grade you by your results, not your methods. And therein, there is the big problem. Steven did not give his team the support they needed. I heard from an insider at Intrepid, for years, the only people at Intrepid that could buy anything were John and Steven. And it was years before they had an authorized credit card holder. What the fuck do you think is going to happen in that scenario? What do you think is going to happen when you don't give your employees the ability to buy what they need? And the answer is your employees are going to fucking resent you. If you can't trust people with money, why are you trusting them to do a job you can't vet personally? If I can't trust you with a company credit card, I'm going to trust you to write code that I can't personally vet? Fuck no. Do I recall offhand the amount of money they spent on marketing and advertising? I do not recall offhand. I have it on the breakout that I did, but they've got 4 different category entries for marketing and advertising and public relations. I believe it's approximately 7 figures, $1 million something. Did everybody decide that we're not going to kill this guy? Oh, the first time they, do I recall offhand the first time they spent money? Well, no. Offhand, no. I know that almost right off the bat, they had a public relation company called Critical Hit that they paid Critical Hit for years. I'll look for you. I don't mind stopping that real quick. My fucking back is killing me and my TENS unit is charging. Well, there's you. Google Sheets. Where is it? Clean copy. By year, by category. That should be in 6,000. It is. It should be right at the top of 6,000. It is. The first time they spent money on advertising and marketing was in 2016. Go to 2016. I'm looking for accounting code 6010. The first time they spent money on advertising and marketing was t-shirts. And then GoDaddy.com when they built the website. And then Invite Referrals, which is a referral management piece of software. And then Game Empire, where they spent $600 at a game store. So yeah. Overall, across the years, they spent $1.216 million on marketing over the years. Holy shit, John Moore, did you see what I just did there? That's called having a functional fucking accounting code spreadsheet. And so within less than a minute of getting it open, I was able to give a person all sorts of dates, times, years, locations. Holy shit, and I'm not even a CPA. He often said they didn't spend a dime on marketing. Yep. Roshan said that. Roshan said that quite often. Steven said that quite often. It was all bullshit. They spent money on advertising. Steven also wrote off his Warhammer models getting painted as marketing, I think. But yeah, that was pretty bullshit of him over the years. But it is what it is. I'm gonna love watching the fall. As I said, having someone else paint your models feels off. I would have somebody else paint my models because I can't paint small detail stuff very well. For those of you that I severed the tendon in this wrist, and I needed a waiver to join the military, which they said it was no problem because I could still fire. I can't do detailed work, but I think there's definitely something off about having your models painted with company money. Does that motherfucker even know what a corporate veil IP is? No, he doesn't. You can tell by his expenditures, he thinks that he has, and you can tell by his attitude and his bravado, he doesn't think he did anything wrong. And that's cool, dude. You can think you didn't do anything wrong. The Department of Justice knows what you've done. The IRS knows what you've done. The Attorney General of the state of California knows what you've done. Again, what I will say is this. You could report me to the IRS. I believe Jalan is taking money out of PGN Incorporated. You can report me to the IRS. Go right ahead. Zero fear. Zero fear. Because I have every single transaction documented. I can pull receipts from 5 years ago. There's no risk of me having commingled my money with Intrepid's money. Zero risk of that. Because I'm not a shitbird. Oh, fuck no. You go fuck yourself. I ain't touching either of you. I'm not the type of person that steals from my own company. So, if I got audited, the IRS would be like, holy shit, these books are impeccable. Because my books are so impeccable, I could hand my books to the auditor and just sit there, drink my cup of coffee, and read my book. And I'll just say to the auditor, here's my books. When you have a question, let me know. The auditor would spend probably 10 minutes looking at my books against whatever tax year they wanted. He'd be like, no, man, your books are completely perfect. I'll tell you so much so. I'm not required by law. You're not required by accounting to break out conjoined payments when you're on a cash model. I get a conjoined PayPal model or conjoined PayPal payment. I am only required to log it as taxable income or non-taxable income. But I go a step further. I get a conjoined payment from PayPal. This date was for Bandcamp. This date was for gamer site. This date was for this. And I break it out. You don't have to do that, but I do. Why? Because I would rather do 5 minutes extra work today. And if I'm audited 3 years from now, then be sitting there trying to say, what the fuck? What? I don't remember. Why does this say conjoined? I would love to get a hold of all the other Intrepid company records. I would love to get a hold of like their memos. I would love to get a hold of their filing cabinet. I would love to get a hold of all of their Amazon invoices. Because they don't even have Amazon invoice numbers listed. They just pay Amazon. For me, if I buy something from Amazon, the year that I buy the thing from Amazon, I print out the bill. It has an invoice number. I take the invoice number. I put that on the ledger. So on this date, I paid this invoice number. Would you really, given how much time, work, and frustration it would take to process? Yes, I would. Here's why. I rebuilt their entire ledger in 17 hours. I would love to go through their shit one line by one line, because then I'd be able to say to the IRS, well, that's another 70 cents for you and another 30 cents for me. Because when you're a whistleblower for the IRS, you get 15 to 30% of the recovered assets that they didn't pay tax on. I would fucking love to have all their records and be doing that for the IRS. Come to fucking Papa. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely, positively. And I would love for the board to call me as their witness that establishes all the lies that Steven told. Because they need somebody to enter in all of the public statements. I would love for them to be like, hey, Jay, sign this. This waives your right to your referral money. Sure. Would you please testify against Stephen Sharif? Sure. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, I would. Because Stephen was taking money out of his company and he left his employees high and dry. Stephen was the CEO and he acts like he's a little bitch. You knew that your employees were about to be fucked in December. Your people that wrote letters for you said they were directed, and Brian Langford and this Jacob guy and Stephen Sharif, fuck all of you. Honestly, fuck all of them. One guy stated I was the chief operations officer, or on par with the chief operations officer. Why the fuck didn't you contact the Attorney General's office? See, when people start talking about this nonsense, this bullshit of, they asked me to violate the WARN Act. Who'd you tell? Nobody? Oh, you didn't tell anybody? Oh. So, you're not part of the solution. You're part of the problem? The only thing you did was tell them no. Did you report them? No? Oh. Well, why not? Did you let the other employees know? No? Why not? Why didn't you let your friends know? And that's what just chaps my ass. And I'm gonna keep coming back to it, but it chaps my ass that Steven's making this big deal about, oh, look at me, look how noble I am, look how much integrity I have. You don't have any integrity, you little bitch. You have zero integrity, none. People know that you didn't quit because of how the employees were being treated. You quit because you were told you weren't gonna get any equity. And the hard part is getting evidence to justify the IRS investigating. Ready? No problem, Big Papa. I got you. I got you. I fucking got you. Ready? I better do it this way. No problem. I've got all the evidence the IRS needs right here. Oh no, he's right. He's right. But this is all you need. Ready? I'm gonna change the color on something real quick. Okay, so watch this shit real quick, and watch as Steven's nutsack shrivels up because he's gonna say, "Oh no, Jay's got it." Okay. You see in that running balance column every year that's green, because that's their positive running balance. If you have sales in that year, which they do, and your end of year running balance is positive, then you owe taxes. You have a whole ass year that you didn't even log what taxes you paid. So you're telling me in years, you have a year that you have a $5 million running balance, right? And you have $3 million in sales. And in that year, you paid no taxes. That dog don't hunt. That dog doesn't hunt in the slightest. When you have a positive running balance at the end of the year and you had income, you owe tax on that. Period. Dot. And if Steven comes along and he tries to spin it in just literally look at him and say, "You're fucking lying." And I know you're lying because your fucking mouth is moving. There is no way at the end of a year that you have a positive balance and you had sales that you had zero tax liability. That is not fucking possible. It is not possible. Well, we had notes payable, and you don't have them reflected as liabilities on your outflow sheet. You had sales. You didn't pay any taxes. And if you did pay them, you don't have them properly reflected in that journal. Well, that's not a complete journal. Cool, then give me the complete journal. Well, I'm not going to do that. Steven spent $6 million on painting miniatures. Yeah. It was also like... It disgusts me. It literally disgusts me. It disgusts me because he gave no fucks about the employees that he was shitting on. That's why I said, if I had the ability to have Asmongold or Ninja or Shroud level money, I would absolutely give money to the employees. I would absolutely. I would absolutely say to the employees, oh shit. I would absolutely say to the employees, sign this, transfer your paycheck that's owed to you to me, and I'll pay you. I'll pay you. Because nobody should lose their house. Nobody's kid shouldn't get medical treatment because some douchebag wants to have fucking DoorDash every day. That's just fucking garbage. That's just garbage behavior. That's dog shit behavior. You know the thing he said about the Chinese? That's if you're letting your employees absorb the balance, that's dog shit behavior. Okay, so we got the new, okay. I was hoping not to do this, but we just got it, so let's do it. Okay, so we just got the new, outfit. Maybe, no, yes, with eyes. Oh, we can't do, yeah, we can't do that, because yeah, we can't do both. Now, a hat. No. That's got possibilities. That's got some possibilities right there. That, of course, always has possibilities. That's got some humor possibilities in it, but wrong season. No. 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 So probably no hat. Ooh. I'm torn. I think that's got the greatest possibilities right there. No. Yeah, all those cosmetics with no top hat. I know, right? Like, what the shit, guys? Don't ask. I didn't buy all these. I get these usually free from being a content creator. Okay, so those are too loud as red. Those are giving us a little bit of like a cyborg feel. What if we move over to shoes? Where are the metal click clacks? No. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna roll with that look. We're gonna throw on the bottom of that. Actually, like that right off the bat. We'll run that for a day or two. Alrighty, so tomorrow I have to do my Void Pet Dungeon playthrough. I'm doing that one so that we put a little bit more money in the kitty for extra life. Basically, when I do these sponsored streams, I put the money into extra life. Or into music production. But I do want to thank everybody, especially the people who hang out with me over on Kick. The people on Kick are doing the Lord's work. I get paid by the viewer by the hour on Kick. I think if Tom Clancy doesn't figure out really quickly that you can make a living on Kick, or at least you can augment your living, because, and this is where the two models differ so greatly. And this is what Dan Clancy, if I said Tom Clancy, I apologize. He needs to figure out, most Ricky Tick. Kick versus Twitch. Twitch, if somebody subscribes to me on a tier 1 sub, I get $250 from that person for the whole month. On Twitch, my ads rate is low. On Kick, I get pennies. Let's say I get 60 cents for a person, give or take, every time I stream. Well, I stream 12 times a month on average in one category. So that same person is worth up to $7.20 in a month for me. If Twitch doesn't very quickly realize the advantage that streamers have. So say we compare the two. Twitch, I have 100 subs, right? So I get $250 in the month. If I have 100 people per show, that's $60 per show times 12 shows. That's $720. That is a massive difference for a creator. And remember, if I have 100 subs, chances are somebody gift bombed. If I have 100 viewers, I make $720, give or take, with a $0 investment from you, because this is a $0 investment and this is a $5 investment, which I get half of. If Twitch doesn't figure this out really quickly, Twitch is going to find they're not the belle of the ball anymore. Or what they're going to find is people are going to start, if a streamer is dual streaming, people are going to go over to their stream on Kick and lurk there and say something every periodic so that they feel that they're contributing to the streamer at zero cost to themselves. It's a really important thing Kick is going to have to, or Twitch is going to have to figure out. Anyway, it's WrestleMania day. No, my daughter did not go out to see it live. She's here. She's going to start getting set up to watch that. I want to see her a little bit before she does that. I will be back tomorrow with a short stream to cover that new game. And then I'll be back Monday with politics. So I will see you guys all then. Thank you for all the support. And remember, PGN music is free.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment